Hello out there, welcome back to Table Talk, Discussion, and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Radon95, and today we will be joined by my second co-host, Aiden, aka SneakyAdolf. He'll be here in a little while. He is unfortunately held back, and Boo will not be here, unfortunately. He has a bit of an emergency that he has to go tend to, and so he won't be showing up. But today, I'm joined by Dave of Basics4Gamers. Hello, sir.
Hello, glad to be here. Yeah, my name's David Barnhart. I run a YouTube channel called Basics for Gamers, where I do rule explanation videos for primarily Pathfinder Second Edition, but also some Fifth Ed D&D and
Mhm.
Starfinder. And happy to be here.
Good. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. I actually did want to ask you a little bit about your channel before we start with the video itself. So I've seen like you do a lot of Pathfinder 2e stuff right now, and
Right.
I have to ask, is that because it's more of a passion for Pathfinder, or is it because it's more accessible, or what is that, you know?
Yeah, there's really two major reasons why I make any video.
Mm,
And the first is because I have a Patreon.
mm,
And on that Patreon, I do monthly polls where I have my patrons vote for what topics they would like to see me cover.
mhm.
And that group is overwhelmingly Pathfinder Second Edition players. And
Oh.
whenever I put on that poll, well, what about this Fifth Ed D&D topic, or what about this Starfinder topic, or what about this Fantasy Flight Star Wars topic?
Mm, mhm.
Those options get buried in the polls. So I commit every month to doing two featured videos that come from my patrons.
Mhm.
And any video that I do beyond that is just because I'm into it, and it's what I am feeling at the moment, and just want to have fun with. And typically, it's going to be whatever game I'm playing at the time.
Mhm. Mhm.
And so right now, all of my patrons are Pathfinder Second Edition players. So I'm doing at least two featured videos a month
Mhm.
for them. And I'm also making more Pathfinder videos because right now I'm GMing three different Pathfinder Second Edition
Oh,
games. So
wow.
that's where my interest is.
Yeah, fair.
But who knows what the future holds? Matter of fact, I just got the Alien RPG in the mail today,
Oh.
and who knows? Maybe that will sneak its way onto on the channel at some point.
Awesome. I'm definitely looking forward to that. Because I was gonna say, yeah, I'm glad that your channel is very informative, extremely informative, and easy to grasp everything. And I'm going to once at some point we plan on playing Starfinder at some point, like just to wet our toes in that and really try it out, which because it's a little like Pathfinder as far as I'm
Mhm.
aware. And so I'm excited to actually like watch those videos of yours to like get it a little bit more before we get into it. Because I honestly think that your work is very good.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and yeah, I do have a number of Starfinder videos, even though I've been on Pathfinder 2e for the last year now.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, Starfinder, I ran one of the adventure paths. My players had a blast.
Mhm.
Starship combat was the only thing that was kind of a little funky with
Right.
with my group. But if you enjoy tactical tabletop RPGs, whether it's Fifth Ed or Pathfinder or whatever, you'll probably get a kick out of Starfinder too.
Fantastic. So yeah, let's move on ahead. Today, we have you on because you are another what seems to be resident expert in Pathfinder. Uh, so we figured let's talk about Pathfinder again. And Puffin Forest, uh, big name out there. He has put out a well, this was put out what? Let's see, it was in August of 2020, so really rather recent. he put out a second edition review and thoughts video, and um and full disclosure out there, after having been shown this by Nonats Brogan, Nonat ones, he was like, hey, you should see this, and I looked at it, and it needed to be talked on the show. So and I had asked you before, Dave, if you had seen it, and you told me you had. And I'm excited to go through it point by point with you, just to, and for as long as we have you, just to get your thoughts.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And I should probably say up front, I've been a big fan of Puffin Forest for a
Mhm.
while now. His cartoons and animations have been on my playlist for quite some time. So I'm very familiar with him and his work.
Yeah, he's been doing pretty good stuff. There's only a couple of times where I think I've differed, but this is gonna be one of them.
Spoiler.
Spoiler. It's a little thing. Hopefully we get to that point at least before we lose you, but we'll see.
Yeah, so let's dive in.
Yes.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Today the video I have coming out is a review of Pathfinder 2nd Edition. I've been sitting on my notes and thoughts for the longest time. Originally, I decided to write some notes on Pathfinder a while ago, thinking to myself I might have a thing or two to say about it, and then, once the notes passed 9,000 words, or about 15 pages, I'm like, okay, apparently I have a lot of things to say about it. The first time I saw it, I liked it, and then I read some more, and I went to not liking it, and then I played it some more, and arrived here where I was. Are you ready to ride on this roller coaster? Woo! Yeah. I've now been playing it for a few months between two groups, so I think I have a better grasp on the system and what it's about, while the other video that I had originally made was a first impressions, and this video is just to kind of compare and think about the new stuff and talk about how my opinion has changed since I've played it. There were actually a lot of surprises I had in between when I first read the book versus how the game actually plays. And just a disclaimer, I'm not a Pathfinder first edition expert. I played first edition like 10 times and read
True.
it for fun. So
Don't
if you're
have to
looking for an in-depth discussion on how the two editions are different, this is not that video. I have the most familiarity with 5th edition, so that is going to be my point of context. And
Yeah, I just want to jump in real fast. I think
Please.
it's hilarious that that says that I'm not an expert on first edition Pathfinder.
Yeah.
I only played it like 10 times. Let me tell you, I have not played. I played first edition. I think I played the basics at one time,
Yeah.
but I own every book because I
Oh
just
wow.
can't stop buying RPG books.
That's fair.
And I haven't played second edition. I mean, I've GM'd a lot, but I haven't played it.
Right.
So it's just the different worlds that Puffin or Ben and I live in,
Right.
where he gets the opportunity to play RPG so frequently
Yeah.
that 10 times is a penance. That just
Yeah. And I kind of offhandedly said, but you don't, for this kind of thing, you don't have to be an expert in first edition to make a review on 2E. I feel
no,
like,
absolutely not.
yeah,
No.
that really has no merit whatsoever. It makes you more familiar with it to begin with, I guess, and that's good, but that's more just for experience sake, in the sense of playing it and like being able to pick it up very quickly. Um, and the other thing is, yes, I don't think anybody expected this to be a comparison as well, considering the title is just review and thoughts. I mean, I guess you
Yeah.
could. I guess if you're familiar with 1E and then you're wondering what it is in bleh, brain. You're trying to figure out what the differences are and what the strengths and weaknesses are between them. But again, I don't think I feel like people put that in the title, you know?
Yeah. I mean, the comparison is going to be much stronger between Pathfinder Second Edition and D&D Fifth Edition
Yeah. Oh,
because
absolutely.
those are the two contemporary products that are competing, I guess, in
Yeah.
the market right now.
No, that's true.
First edition, people might be able to recognize how
Mhm.
streamlined second edition is compared to where they came
Yes.
from.
Oh my goodness,
But
yes.
Yeah, but I completely agree. If anybody out there is listening and they're interested in jumping into Pathfinder Second Edition, you absolutely do not need to know anything about First Edition to pick it up and enjoy it.
It's honestly much better if you don't know things about First Edition, because
Probably so.
it's more complicated, definitely.
Making a lot of comparisons to 5e because of it. So let's get started. This video is gonna fix some of my opinions on Pathfinder. One of the major new designs, which I want to start talking about right off the bat, is their 3-action system, which I absolutely love, and it's a really nice major innovation that they've done, where on a player's turn, instead of having different action types like move, standard, bonus, there are just 3 actions. Different things cost either 1 or more actions, but they're all equal. They can be interchanged however you want. This allows players to be more flexible because they could move, attack, and then move again, or attack, move, attack, or let's say that they're getting grabbed or on fire. They could use one action to escape the grapple, then the next action to hit them back, and then move away. Now you might be asking, what's to stop me from just using all of my actions to attack? Well, 2nd edition Pathfinder has the multi-attack penalty, where when you make repeated attacks, you get a -5 penalty for the second attack and a -10 penalty for the third. It helps to encourage people to be more creative with their actions, so that way they're using their last action, which probably won't hit, to get into position, aid an ally, or cast a simple spell. What I like about it is that it gives the player some interesting choices, and because all the actions are usable, they feel like they're not wasting anything. While if you're playing something like D&D, you make a move, and then often there's no need to use a move action again, so it gets wasted each round, which I didn't really necessarily have a big problem with. Like, I still enjoy D&D 5e system, but I do have to admit, like, this one, it adds a lot more versatility. And
Yeah, he is just parroting what I've heard from every single person who has ever even tried Pathfinder Second Edition, which is the 3-action economy. Is fantastic. It just for tabletop tactical RPGs, it makes things so much easier. Gives you so many more options. And in my group or groups, the majority of my players are in like one Pathfinder game with me, and they might be in 1 or 2 5th edition games in addition.
Yeah.
And universally, they praise the 3-action system in Pathfinder, and actually one of their 5e GMs is one of my players, and he's actually started complaining that when he starts running his games on the next session, those players are automatically going into 3-action economy mode in a 5th edition game, and he has to stop everything and say, "No, wait, guys, this is not Pathfinder. You got to obey the 5th edition economy," and it's hard for them to let go. So. If there's one thing that's been universally praised, I think it's the 3-action economy.
Yeah, I know when we were first like looking into Pathfinder 2e, we all were like, "Oh man, that's a really, really good system." Like, D&D has the mainstays. It's now at the point of it being the most streamlined system that it could have, in the sense of having the movement, the action, the bonus action, and that's really it. There are still free actions, but they got rid of like swift actions and all the weird, complicated like action stuff that you could do, whereas you can just make most things a move action, make most things just an action or a bonus action. But I will agree that it is for 5e specifically, it is a lot more what's the word, I guess, not stifling, I guess, of your tactical abilities, because with you could do so much, like everything is so much easier to categorize with that 3-action system, instead of like, okay, so I want to break a table leg off, right? Or no, sorry, just pick up a table and throw it. Well, that's your action. But could I have it be a bonus action though? Because it's like not that fat, like it's not that hard, I'm like 20th strength, and I feel like so you don't have to worry about that as much, I would think.
No, you're absolutely right. The last time I played 5th edition, things came to a stop as there was a long discussion about opening a window. Someone wanted
Hmm.
to open a window, and I forget either was going to shoot through it with their bow or dive out of it or something.
Mhm.
But the bottom line was there was the debate.
Yeah.
Can we do this as part of our move action, or does it have to be our standard action, and
Right.
so on and so on. And like Pathfinder would just say, yeah, you open the window. That's one of your three. What do you
Right,
open the
yeah.
window in your first action, you jump out of it in your second action, and then you stab somebody on the other side of your third. Whatever.
Yeah.
It's just, so much easier.
And for that, I would even like for just to be a little bit more of D&D's hype man, I would go like that's just easily enough, but easily enough a part of your movement to do that because it's just so innocuous. You just do that, but obviously there are some people who would go, well, no, I feel like that should be more of an action because it's more complicated than that. So yeah, there's definitely that.
And our GM ruled that it was their action to open the window.
Oh wow,
and
okay.
that's what became the whole drama was.
Yeah.
So on my turn, I opened the window, and that's really all I can do.
Yeah, it does suck when that happens. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to then also plan out like you have to have something for your bonus action regardless. Like you want there to be more than you can do in those kinds of cases. And I feel like because of that, people are so much more often like going to homebrew it to go, no, it's not an action, it's just something you can do, you're fine, or something like that.
Right.
But with at least with Pathfinder, it makes more sense to allow these things to be just a single action because then again, the 3 action stuff is like, no, I've been prepping for this, I'm gonna stand here and do this. Whereas you're doing the whole prep work beforehand with the window opening, right? Like if you were gonna do something that was a 3 action, you were prepping that beforehand to then go to the window, open it, and then figure that all out.
Right.
I think it works out much better that way.
In addition, makes that more viable, because since spells are 2 actions, it lets you cast a spell and then maybe attack someone. Moving on to another topic, a big theme of Pathfinder 2nd Edition is choice. There are many pieces of this puzzle which is your character, and you can put them together like Lego blocks. At first level, even if you're a martial character, you get to pick your race, ancestry, race feat, class feat, class subspecialization. Each race has several ancestries and several feats. So, for example, if you had 2 dwarves at first level, let's ignore everything else, class, items, backgrounds, etc. Just dwarves. You first pick one of 5 heritages, and then you pick a race feat, one of 6 options. So, we just have 2 dwarves, no stats, no background, nothing else, and we already have 30 different kinds of dwarves you could make. Making a character in Pathfinder is a lot like being a kid and looking over toy catalogs, just salivating about all the different things you could pick. Then with the classes, at first level they will often have their own version of a subspecialist. Most martial classes don't, but classes like the Alchemist have their research field, Druids have a druidic order, and then they get a special class feat. So if you were a ranger, you'd pick a hunter's edge, which could be flurry, precision, or outwit, plus one of 5 feats: animal companion, crossbow ace, hunted shot, monster hunter, or twin takedown. Just to sum it up, there's theoretically another 15 different combinations out there. If we combine the two, we're up to 450 different kinds of dwarf rangers we can have at first level. If you were going to start with 2 dwarf rangers, odds are, just without anything else, they'd be very different. You could have one Death Warden dwarf with unburdened iron and flurry hunter's edge, who fights using twin takedown, versus an ancient blooded dwarf who's a dwarven lore specialist with outwit hunter's edge, giving him deception bonuses and a faithful animal companion. Once again, this is just first level, and still totally ignoring their background and skills. And it goes up from there.
Yeah, having again looked at the Pathfinder 2e stuff, like, yes, so much more customizable than 5e. Oh my god, it's ridiculous how good it can be to, like, you could have a whole party of the same, quote-unquote, the same class, but they're all unique in their own ways. Not just personality, it's literally everything. It's, oh my goodness. Not to say that you can't do that in 5e, it is much more limited in the sense of choices, because of subclasses and backgrounds and all of that, where they don't. And we've already said this, so I'll say it again. you can still homebrew it a bit, with custom backgrounds. They're just coming out with they're going to be in Tasha's, I think, Tasha's Cauldron. They are going to be adding the feature of making it official to then, instead of having your stats be as they are plus the additionals from your race, they are going to make it so that you can put it wherever you want, like they do in Pathfinder, which I'm glad that they're like making that an option that's official, but I'm also over here going, we don't have to tell people that they can do that, but still.
Yeah, and that's always been a hallmark of Pathfinder. The ability to create and customize a character the way you want it.
Mhm.
Like in first edition,
Yes.
they use a lot of archetypes to really let you tailor your character the way you want it. And the benchmark that I always used for how versatile a character creation system was, can you make Indiana Jones?
Oh.
And by that, I want someone who is extremely knowledgeable, who knows a lot of languages, who knows all kinds of history, but also is able to find and disable traps in the tombs that he's, hunting through to find lost artifacts. And the D&D solution and other similar, especially D20 systems, were that their answer was always, well, you multi-class rogue and bard.
Exactly. Yep.
But that leaves me with a character that it has that sings or plays an, like, I don't remember Indiana Jones singing and playing an instrument.
Yeah.
Or if you lean more towards the thieving side, like I don't know, he does traps and he knows stuff, but he also can deal with poisons and stuff. I'm like, well, that doesn't sound like Indiana Jones either.
Yeah.
So, like in first edition Pathfinder, they had an archaeologist archetype.
That's right. Yeah.
That you make a bard and then you apply the archetype, and it removes all of the music and singing and performance stuff, and adds the ability to find and detect traps. And like right there is your Indiana Jones character. So yeah, I guess that's a little bit of a tangent because it's talking about first edition, but that's very much seems to be the philosophy that's carrying over into second edition. Of it's level and class based, but we're going to give you enough tools that you can tweak and modify this to meet whatever it is that you have in your envisioned.
Yes.
Yep. And as the video here from Puffin Forest said, like 450 or whatever his number was for the number of different kinds of dwarf rangers you can have at first level. Well, that was in August, and I guarantee you now that number is probably doubled.
Yeah, has to be.
So just all that just to say, I agree. A strength of Pathfinder has always been the ability to customize and tailor to what you envision more so than what's limited by a particular core rule book.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well because, just to go off that tangent just a little bit, the first edition was based off of D&D 3.5.
Right.
And 3.5 is one of our favorite D&D editions as for our group at least. For us as the hosts, we love that edition just because it is customizable. It is kind of complex just because of that, but it's more customizable D&D because of all the feats and stuff, and that's what Pathfinder really took. It was like, hey, remember feats? Yeah, feats are really good. Let's make it so that you can be whatever you want, and that's the feats. And then 2E was like, hey, feats? We're gonna streamline those a bit and just keep making it customizable because of those feats. And it does my heart good every time I see feats, because I just think of it. I'm just like, oh, I can just be whatever, and I can take this feat next level, and I can just be completely different, or just like, it's so cool, so good.
Yeah, and hold on to that thought. I think Puffin might be leaning towards that conversation in just a second here.
When you level up in D&D, you might get an ability or two. Pathfinder 2nd Edition, you will often get a platter of new powers and abilities, as well as at least 1 feat per level, sometimes 2. There's never a level where you just get the next thing. Every level is a plethora of options that open up to you as you make choices to determine who your character is going to be. There are 4 feat categories: class feats, ancestry feats, general feats, and skill feats. If you're confused by this, don't worry. There's also quick build options in the core rulebook, where if you're a dumbass like me and you don't like making decisions, it will make some suggestions and different builds on how to create your character. That way you don't get lost in the myriad of options. The book is also gorgeously laid out. The sidebar is great for navigating. Another interesting thing which
Okay, so before we get too far away from that, yes, he does talk about it. So yes, feats, good, absolutely. I've already talked about those. But then he says, book is wonderfully laid out.
Yeah,
okay.
I did see the previous video where you folks got into the layout.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's funny. So if I remember correctly, the major concern was, especially when you're looking at monsters, everything you need is not in that monster stat block. It makes a
That
reference
was
to
one of them, yeah.
something,
Yeah.
and you have to go hunting for it. And you know, it's funny that that had never occurred to me until I watched Charles' video. And
Fair.
then I was like, "Wow, you know, you're absolutely right."
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the downside is if they put all of the information in every stat block in every place, like how many pages would be lost?
And
you know,
so
you
that's
have
the
to lose
thing, right?
content.
If you put more pages in it because of that, I don't see why that's a bad thing, right? It just means that it would be a bigger book, a heavier thing. Like we've already literally Nonat did a little skit thing in one of his videos where he took the Pathfinder core rulebook and just to demonstrate how much it has in it, he just threw it on his couch and it just, you heard it just slam. It's heavy. It's a lot of stuff in there, right? But yes, for that, I feel like just adding more pages at this point doesn't, like, yes, costs would be up a little bit more because it's a little bit more to print the page, but this is a money-making machine, my dude, you know? Like,
Well, I mean, I've seen plenty of interviews with Eric Mona,
yeah.
the publisher for Paizo, and he is adamant about page counts not increasing. He is super adamant, like talking to his designers and the writers. You know, is like, this is what the pages is going to be. You are not going beyond this number.
That sucks.
And so I am pretty confident that if it came down to it, it wouldn't be we're adding more pages to accommodate longer write-ups for different topics. It would have to be, you know, in the bestiary, how many of these monsters are you going to live without because we have to trim?
Yeah. So the other thing I remember now that we're talking about it more is, like, I think we also were looking at the formatting of the text. The fact that they could have put in more had they formatted it differently. Maybe take out a few of the pictures. I know the art is great, and I'm not ever gonna, like, I love the art and I hope that it stays, obviously. Like, I don't want it to go, but I feel like that's something you could do. Maybe make them a little smaller, like just make it so that the scale is there still, but it's a smaller piece. Like, I know they want the big art and I want the big art, but just to have it all in there, you know? But yeah, the other thing that I was gonna say is, the layout of the book is, it's not great. But what he is saying about the sidebars for your classes, once I had actually looked at those and actually, like, understood them, they are great. They are fantastic. I love those sidebars. They give you, like, a bunch of information just very easily to get, so you don't have to read the entirety of the thing if you've already done so, just to find that little information, because that's a problem that is with the player's handbook in 5e. Everything's there, it's just kind of buried under text sometimes, whereas that, you can just look at it and go, oh, I get 6 plus my constitution modifier for my health. Easy.
Well, the 5e rulebook, as far as layout, though, the one thing that just always just drove me nuts
Mm.
is every time that I needed to look something up, I'd go to the index, and I
Yep.
would find it in the index, and instead of telling me what page number, it would say "see something else,"
Yes,
and
that's
then
right.
I'd have to go look at that other thing, and I'm like, in the amount of space you type in "see something else,"
Yeah,
you
you could
could
just put
just
the.
give me the freaking page
That's
number.
absolutely correct. Oh my god, it's so
Yeah.
annoying how many times I've I've done that too. It's just like, just give me the page number, dude. I don't. It doesn't matter that this is under this. I just need to know where this specifically is.
Yeah. Now, I as far as layout goes in Pathfinder Second Edition,
Yep.
um, I rely so heavily on digital tools
Mm,
that I either go into the PDF and I
yeah.
do Control F and find what I want, or
Yeah.
are you familiar with PF Easy Tools online?
PF Easy Tools. I think so. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, pf2.easytools.es. Free plug for an awesome, awesome website. You can go to this
Yes.
and,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
No, this is
type in
great. Yeah.
anything, and it will pull it up for you. So I am leaning on this tool
Hmm.
heavier than I am actually going to my rule book these days, and that eliminates a lot of the concerns about the layout of the book.
That's fair.
And also, it might be worth mentioning because we have mentioned how large the Pathfinder rulebook is.
Mm.
I don't want any listeners out there to I don't want their takeaway to be, wow, this is such a complex and complicated system that
Right.
it needs
You're
a
right.
giant book. Because the Pathfinder rulebook, it does have all the rules, but it also has a whole lot of world building stuff in it and a
Yes.
whole lot of just general GM advice. And
Yes.
it's kind of like two books. So I wouldn't let the size of it dissuade anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. It is quite easy once you've read it to understand it. It is not that complex. But the size is just it's just the size. It's what it is. Like, you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about the section of world building if you're really just like making your own world. It's fine.
Right.
It's literally it's got that book is everything that you will need for Pathfinder. Like, everything except for maybe some monsters, like, it is quite literally everything you'll need. You don't need to spend another dime on any other Pathfinder book. You should, they're really cool, but um but it is quite literally just, it's full of all the information that you desire. It's
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's continue.
Kind of surprised me. They got rid of multi-class and replaced it with multi-class feats. They are feats that let you take some minor abilities of another class.
Right.
I haven't actually used them, so I can't really judge them, but it seems to be fine. I mean, there's already so many option combinations that I kind of doubt, for me personally, is going to be a big deal. Now, the next thing I'm going to be moving on to and talking about is focus spells. And focus spells were probably one of the biggest surprises that I had going into the first impressions video and this video. Was I didn't realize just how big of a deal they were to the system of second edition. Explaining the system, focus spells are a new mechanic, and the characters will have access to focus points that they can use to cast the spells from. These focus points recharge back when the characters take 10 minutes to just rest and recover. Before, in Pathfinder 1st Edition, they had all these magical abilities that came from like a cleric domain or a paladin's lay on hands, and basically they technically weren't a spell, but gave you some kind of magical ability that you could use multiple times a day. Now all of those minor abilities are handled by the focus spell system, where you can use them, spend 10 minutes to refocus, and then use them again. Instead of having just spells and then kind of your base abilities, you now have this entire new system that handles all of that.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in real fast here because he refers to he used the term these classes' minor abilities are now being used for focus spells, and in a little ways, it's not minor stuff. There are some really
They're like
major
core
things.
kind of things, aren't they?
Yeah, it does vary a little bit by class, especially in the early levels. But like if you're a druid and your whole thing is shape changing,
Right.
well, you can spend your focus points to do that.
Oh.
And so it basically works like I hate to say this because it's going to anger people, but it's almost like an encounter power from fourth edition, where you can do it once per encounter, assuming that you can have a 10-minute break between encounters.
Okay.
It's a recharging ability, and yeah, for a paladin, it might be their lay on hands, but for, like I said, like a druid, it could be a major part of their build.
Yeah.
If they're a shape changer or other things.
I didn't know that it was that much. I had thought it was just like I figured it was just like a somewhat of a cantrip, quote unquote, in the sense of you just had the ability to get him a bunch, because 10 minutes of rest, easy to do.
Yeah, it's a renewable resource,
Right.
That's separate from your spell points.
Okay.
And one of the things about focus points that I don't see too many people drawing comparisons to in reviews like this is in first edition, especially after the advanced player's guide in first edition, like every new class had its own pool of some manner of resource. So
Okay.
if you made a character that was a multi-classed, say, monk, swashbuckler, and gunslinger,
Okay.
well, as a monk, you had key points that you could spend. As a swashbuckler, you had panache points that you could spend.
Right. Yeah.
And as a gunslinger, you had grit points that you could spend.
Mhm.
And every class had different rules for how you got these points and different rules for how they recharge. And some of them you started the day with points, and others you had to do something to get your points. And if you were that multi-class character, well, you're having to juggle 3 different pools of resource points.
Yeah.
And so in second edition, they just streamlined all that and just said, we have one pool that's called focus points, and you don't have to worry about juggling a bunch of different groups of resources. It's all going to be contained in this one item. So that's just another way that they made things easier in second edition.
Gotcha. Okay.
All the characters. Also, one of the interesting things is stats, like how they developed it. And it's actually really refreshing coming off of D&D. It's really cool to see how the system handles those, making all of them more valuable to each class. Intelligence is used to determine the number of skills you're proficient in, and wisdom can now be used with initiative as perception. And now Dex is nerfed because there's no initiative stat, and it no longer adds to damage. I mean, all the stats are not equally weighted, but the stat adjustments make unusual builds more viable. One of the major interesting features is...
Sorry, I think we're getting the pause button.
Yeah. We both want to speak, yeah. Go ahead.
I just wanted to share that, he mentioned that the initiative is now controlled by perception.
Yeah.
Well, initiative now in second edition defaults to perception, but depending on the situation, you can use a wide variety of skills as your initiative.
Oh.
So, like, if you're a rogue and you want to jump off a balcony or a terrace and grab a chandelier and swing and then drop on your enemies and take them by surprise, well, your acrobatic skill check is used as your initiative.
Oh.
If you are in a social encounter and you're talking to somebody and you decide, you know what, I've had enough of this moron, I'm just going to hold off and sucker punch them when they're not expecting it. Well, you would roll deception, and that deception score is your initiative. And if you roll higher, then you fool them and they don't see that sucker punch coming. But if you roll lower, then you didn't sell it well enough and they saw it coming. So there's a wide variety of ways that you can use different skills in Pathfinder as your initiative. It's not just locked into who draws their weapon the fastest.
Right. Now my question becomes, so is that your, like, you use that as your initiative for the encounter, in the sense of that is okay, it's hard to kind of formulate this. So for a regular combat encounter, it would be whatever you're doing, basically, as your...
Right.
Okay, so it just depends on what you were doing to prepare for that combat encounter, or what you were doing in reaction to that combat encounter. That is your initiative.
Right. It does come down to what you describe at the point that you go into
Okay.
a combat mode. But
And then
if you're traveling down the road and you
yes.
might have one person's keeping watch, well, they're
Right.
going to use perception.
Okay.
Another person could say, "I'm watching the forest for signs of danger," and they would roll their nature skill.
Okay.
Maybe they see a group of birds take flight, and they say, "Well,
Uh,
you know what? Based on my nature skill, I know that means there's something dangerous that spooked those birds."
right. Yeah, okay.
And that gives them an edge on their initiative
S-
when goblins come out of the woods and
mhm.
attack or something like
So then in social encounters, because so encounters being used with social stuff, I know that's the nomenclature. I just never consider it to be an encounter. I just consider it to be like just this is what's happening, because it's just the role play.
that. Mhm.
Um but in that instance, are you referring to the social encounter turning into a combat encounter?
Yeah,
Okay.
if you are having a social encounter or
Yes.
just a social role play, and a player decides that they're going to make an aggressive act,
Hmm.
well, that's going to call for initiative to roll, just like any
Right,
aggressive
right,
act.
right.
Uh, but yeah, then there are some other social encounter. If you really want to get crunchy with social
Yeah.
stuff, then yes, you can use diplomacy as your initiative to see who goes first in this social exchange.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I think most people would just role play
Just role
that.
play it out, yeah, because
Yeah.
that's a little much. Okay, yeah. The other thing that I wanted to note is Pathfinder has the just the best thing as always of uh giving you your skill points based on your or like skills in general based on your intelligence. Oh, oh goodness, I just like
That's right. Fifth
back.
edition doesn't do that because
No, it.
I was
Oh,
used to that in like third edition. That was
yeah, yeah,
definitely the way.
exactly. Third edition had it. The fourth edition doesn't exist, and but fifth got rid of that entirely. It has nothing that gives you more proficiencies other than classes, really, and backgrounds. Um, but it never made it so you could customize more so because in Pathfinder you can customize the skills because you add
Mhm.
points to them and you can train in them and all that kind of stuff, and it's so much that it's just it's fantastic. I love that. I just we always complain whenever we play D&D 5e. We always complain of just like our group, other groups that I've been in, of just like, man, it's not as fleshed out in the skill tree. Basically, it's just like, oh no, everything is now this, and so you only get this, and you don't get to get better at it unless your proficiency goes up by your level. That's it, or your like stats themselves go up, and that's it. It's like, oh, okay,
Yeah, I
okay,
mean, I think that's one of the key differences between 5e and Pathfinder.
yeah,
You know, 5e is streamlined, it is
yes,
simplified, it is a very, very simple game.
hmm,
And I don't mean that in any way as a derogatory term.
of course,
Because it it being simple really helps it draw people
it
into
is
this
true.
hobby. It is
Yes,
definitely a gateway product to get people into tabletop role playing games. But one of the downsides of having everything simplified at that point
hmm,
is you don't have the whole breadth of options that you would have in something like Pathfinder. And like I I didn't like in fifth edition the little bit of it that I played.
hmm.
It seemed like if there were two players at the table who were the same class, then they had the same skills, right?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, it's true.
Maybe there's a difference in ability scores, but their key ability scores they were always going to max out anyways. So
Yep,
any skills based off of those were going to be the same numbers.
yep,
And I missed the third edition days where I could take all of my ranks
yes.
and divvy them out. And
It
second edition doesn't do ranks, but it does give you. I think they found a really nice sweet spot of giving you freedom of choice and customization
yeah.
without having to manage 15 new ranks to divvy up every.
That is
level
true.
or
Yeah,
whatever.
that was a bit like you would get what it was like 4 times your intelligence modifier if you were something, and then for other
Barter.
and then other things had like 7, and it was like and then you had all these points, and you could only get up to certain amounts, and like it made sense once you did it, but it was kind of annoying to do that every single time sometimes. And you really only put it into the points that you specialize. But that was the thing, you could specialize. That was the thing. Like
Yeah.
you were able to be an individual more so than your class, which was
Right.
fantastic. And so Pathfinder kind of has that more so because can you still roll whatever, or do you have to be trained in it to roll it? Like in the sense of so in 5e, anyone can use any skill at any time. Proficient or not. It's just one of those things of, can I roll this because maybe. I don't say most. I guess some DMs I know and myself will go, well, you're not proficient in that, so you wouldn't really know that. And how would you know, like, if you're if you're just a fighter who doesn't give a shit about religion at all, and he just goes around and in fact he doesn't look at any gods, and he's just like, whatever, I don't want to learn about them. How can you roll religion on this check to see if you know about something, right? But the
Right.
rules say, you can roll whatever.
Yeah. You can use any skill untrained. There
Right.
are varying degrees of proficiency, and the lowest is untrained.
Okay.
But different skills have different minimum proficiency requirements for different applications of the skill. So, like, if you look at the stat block for a trap, it will tell you must have at least expert proficiency in thievery to even attempt, or to, you can attempt anything you want,
Right.
but to be successful, you must have at least this minimum proficiency in the thievery skill in order to do something. So yes, you can use skills untrained, but a lot of applications have minimum requirements.
That's good. I like that. It makes me actually feel like it's worth the time that I've put into my skills.
Yes.
The condition system and how they've handled it here. Pathfinder 1st edition had a lot of conditions, and they've been expanded on in 2nd edition. Many tabletop RPGs have status effects like stunned, prone, deafened, and so on. D&D has 15. The 2nd edition has really expanded on them with 48. These status effects can be anything like stunned, clumsy, confused, quickened, stupefied, dazzled, restrained, fatigued, social effects like helpful, hostile, to they even have like line of sight conditions such as concealed and undetected. These status effects now bear a lot of the mechanical burden of Pathfinder because different attacks and environmental conditions and whatnot will now refer to these conditions, saying things like haste now gives someone quicken condition. If someone gets hit with a poison, it might give them
okay, give me a second. Oh, there he is. I was gonna say, hey, there he is.
You literally sent me that as I was like getting my mic set up.
I was just making sure that you were still coming, dude.
I looked back on the screen and it's like the message, and I'm like, I'm in.
Hey.
So I know this is going to sound weird, given that I am the last one here. But Dave, welcome to the podcast.
Hey, thank you very much. Glad to be here.
glad you could make it.
Sweat dripping from his brow. Well, good to have you, dude. Glad you're finally in. Yeah. So we're 7 minutes and 50 seconds into puffing this video.
Yeah. 55 minutes into recording, 7 minutes into the actual video.
Welcome to the podcast.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. I, as always, am your second host, TableTalk. By the way, schedule got shifted at work, Alejo, so this will like probably be the earliest I can make it home in the future for a while.
Okay, good to know. All right, that's fine. Anyway, he was talking about
Pathfinder
conditions.
2E.
Yes, we're going over the complexity basically of this because there's a big part of this video where he goes into it and it's very not good.
Do you mind clicking the play button like real quick and then pausing it again so I can? Perfect.
Are you at 751?
Yep. It still is on what I assume is the first frame. It's like
it's the only frame. It's the only frame.
Yeah, there's no video to this at all.
There's nothing but this.
That image and him talking.
Really?
Yes,
yeah.
That's it. It's a 50-minute video, dude. What would he put in the background? I don't know.
I don't know, but it's Puffin Forest, so
animation is kind of his thing.
Cartoon review. And,
honestly, I assume it's because it's 50 minutes, and he would have to take like 6 hours to edit down a cartoon for like 50 minutes. That's
and like, and not only that, but like actually drawing the cartoon would take for like a month.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and to be fair, that would mean there would be a lot of effort put in it, and I'd go, "Whoa, nice!" But you know,
but like when you're living off of it, it's like,
I don't condone. Or sorry, not condone. The opposite of condone. It's the opposite.
Thesource.com.
Yeah, right. Like
Condemn.
Condemn, thank you. God, they're too similar. I don't condemn.
It was either that or punish, and I'm like, he probably means condemn.
Yeah, exactly. I don't mean that I want to punish him. No. I don't condemn him for not doing a whole animation. But he is talking about conditions, and I do want to say, we talked about it a little bit. I think the last Pathfinder thing we did with nonads, and conditions are rad. I like them.
Oh yeah, dude.
I like them a lot.
Has he given page numbers for like references that he's on? Because I have my. Oh. Cool.
Nope. He's just talking about.
Let me look through the index.
So I was gonna say.
I may get lost in it, but
I was gonna say specifically the condition system for dying is fantastic. Going down from dying to up to wounded, then down to dying 3, and then all that. Like that whole progression is so good, and it actually makes the stakes in the combat instead of what 5e does, and it goes, "You're good."
Are you at 1 HP after you were just at -15 like 6 seconds ago? You're fine.
Yes, exactly. It's very strange, but with 2e, it gives you that feel of like, oh, I'm in a combat, I'm in for the fight of my life, and once I get up, I'm not gonna be super. Man, I'm not gonna be super. I'm gonna be good enough, maybe. But
yeah, the body can only take so much punishment.
Exactly.
Yes,
and it really does help to simulate that. Without being like, too over the top.
And it was actually I over the past couple days have gotten roped into DMing a campaign for some people in my class at the end of the semester. And I was considering, on one hand, I want to have a Pathfinder campaign because, good lord, do I love 2e. But on the other side, 4 out of these 5 people are completely new to it, and the 5th person has played 6 sessions of D&D over the course of 2 years, and I'm like, maybe not. Maybe 5e.
Yeah. 5e is good for new players, definitely, and Pathfinder is good for those who want more, you know?
Yeah.
4 condition, and Clumsy 4 gives them a -4 to all dexterity-based checks. However, because they've decided to do it this way, it does make the game a lot harder to learn, because the information that you need is a lot more spread out. You might have a character throw down a smoke bomb, making everything concealed, but then have to look up what the concealed status effect does, meaning that all of the details of the item are not in the item description, but it's split up into multiple locations. Actually, over time, I found it makes a lot of sense that they do it that way. In D&D, sometimes there are these monsters that will have these abilities that reference certain spells, or sometimes there are these mechanics that get repeated over and over, like this clay golem gets the effects of this hate spell, when really it makes more sense that there needs to be some other third mechanic that everything can reference. And 48 conditions sounds like it's a staggering number to keep track of, some are pretty straightforward and get used over and over. Like, you only have to know a few off the top of your head. Flat-footed is pretty common, as well as stunned, blinded, dazed, grabbed, and concealed. And once you know those conditions, a lot of abilities will call back to them, and you can get different combinations, like something that makes you flat-footed and grabbed, or poison.
Okay. I do 100% agree that 48 conditions is a lot.
Yeah.
But it's sort of like Alejo, I know you play League. I don't know if you've ever played it. Oh, by the way, do you wish to be called either Basics4Gamers or Dave? I can go either way.
Yeah, Dave is great from my point of view. Basics4Gamers is just the name of a channel that I work with. It's not my identity. So Dave is great.
All right, cool. So having played League of Legends, which is over what I think 130 characters now.
Yeah, I think so. Something
League
like that. Yeah.
champion count. 151 champions.
Oh, 50. Wow. Hey.
Oh, so
They'll get to
we're
200
hitting Gen
by,
1.
2 years from now, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Anyway.
And just like learning League, you think 151 champions. Oh my god, I could never get into this. And it's like, you will probably only ever see 10 or 20 for quite a while, and then the rest you'll have plenty of time to slowly learn what they do. And I do agree that like no one is ever going to see a lot of doomed or drained. Or hostile, or the indifferent condition.
Right. Yeah. A lot of those 48s are either self-explanatory or so niche. But that said, I do, whenever I GM, I always have a tab open to a list of the conditions so that I can quickly go and reference them. So I will certainly agree that there's more conditions than I can keep memorized at the top of at the top of my head, at the drop of a hat. I know what each one does, but when you hear the number 48,
condition, go.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why I have my tab open.
Yeah.
Yeah, 48 sounds like a big number. It's not as daunting as what some people might think from 48, though.
Yeah.
All right, continue on, boys. I will be right back.
All right. Should we keep the video paused, or? Whatever. He's gone. Yeah, like I remember actually, my friends bought me a DM screen for my campaign, and I'm like, oh, like sick. And I look on the inside of it, and I noticed it had like all the conditions splayed out on the inside, and I was like, psh, I don't need these. I know what these are. Until the exact first time that conditions came up in my campaign, and I'm like, oh. And in that moment, I panicked, and like I was like doing quick Google searches to try to figure everything out, and then after it was over, I realized I had every condition in the game in front of me on like one of the panels.
Yeah, the sad thing is I always buy new GM screens because I like the art on them, even though I don't get to see that side of the screen.
Yeah,
and I'm so used to like printing out my own pages of my own cheat sheets of like what player stats are and stuff, and like clipping them,
and then clipping them in. Yeah.
And so I never actually see the nice tables that have all the conditions on them and whatnot. Just the way it goes.
I considered sort of doing my own, and I have in my my big my black book of secrets, I call it. I have a quick summary page with like everyone's stats on it, like how much gold they roughly have, AC, HP, stuff like that. And I usually will take that out, and with a binder clip, I'll just like put that off to the side and kind of like clip it so I can still see most of that like tab of GM screen, and then there's just like this sort of loose, sort of like half clipped on piece of paper, and I'm like, I hope that stays there. One of these days I'll have to invest in getting like a decent one where I can slot things in.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say, in relation to all of this talk of looking for other things in different places, and the general layout of the book being kind of scattered in a sense, that's where, like you had mentioned before with PF2 Easy Tools, that site and the web is really the thing that has made these games much easier to be accessed. Like Pathfinder 2e, I feel like is something that if you put the time into to learn, and then you find these other sites that actually give you the information at a quick, this is relevant to any HC RPG, to be fair, but it's in this age where we can just look shit up. It's so much easier for us to just go, yeah, okay, what is that? Okay, that's what I know. It's there.
Yeah,
right.
The magic of the internet is real, to be sure.
Absolutely.
Especially when like you can look up a stat block for a creature and it will say like claw attack from this gives you the drained condition, and then like you can just click on the little word drained and like it takes you to a whole new page.
Now,
and it makes note taking and like summarizing stuff easier for us as DMs. But as players, it's still a bit rough, and especially if you put in the effort to get a nice, beautiful hardcover book that's normally $50,
Yes,
and then like you open it up and you go, "Oh, I would have been better off reading it online."
Yeah, that's my big issue with the layout, as we talked about a little bit before, of the fact that some things are hidden in that case, because I really like books. Books feel good. They feel good to flip through. Like that's a personal thing, and a lot of other people are that way.
I see I have 40 of them on my shelf, and I feel smart, and I distract myself with feeling smart instead of telling myself I've wasted over like $500 on playbooks.
So, but yeah, that's the major thing, because like when we talked about it before with monsters and their conditions not being built into the stat block, it's a little weird. Doesn't feel like it feels like there should be those conditions just so that you know exactly what they do more so.
It feels a lot less handholdy than 5e.
It
so
does.
Like,
yes.
5e is like, hey, a monster will do this to you, and as a reminder, if this is done to you, then this happens.
No, I get
Whereas PF2e is like, it does this to you. And you're like, what does that do? And it's the book's like, look it up, nerd. Oh, wait.
That's fair and everything, but I do think that there is something to be said for those who need to reference it quickly, you know, if they're going to be just using the book. But again, the internet does exist, but still, the book should at least make it that much easier, I would say.
For any listeners at home who are trying to follow along with the conditions appendix and have not managed to find it in the 45 minutes that I was not present, the condition appendix is on page 618.
Thank you. Continue.
And clumsy. It can also end up making a web of rules. Like someone might cast the invisibility spell, which you have to look up. And it says that the invisibility spell gives the invisibility condition, which says that you have the undetected condition, which means that enemies that attack you have the flat-footed condition, and the enemies attacking you have a 50-50 auto miss chance. As you can see, it can sometimes be a web of status effects, but I mean, it's all logical. It makes sense. I was able to follow it. Plus, there's also the diseases, which I have fun playing with. There's no instant magic cure available at low levels. When I had the group traveling over land, there was one particularly hilarious moment when in our adventuring group, one of the players had a fight, and it was revealed that one of the players had gotten tetanus, and it was like, yeah, you guys have been fighting these skeletons with rusted weapons, and this society doesn't have vaccines. Of course you get tetanus. So I had some fun with that. Now we're going to be moving on to skills. In D&D, you are either proficient or not proficient, and that's mostly it. The advantage of that is it sets an upper limit on where the DM should expect your skills to be, but the problem is it's limited in its customization. Pathfinder has a new tier system with skill, where you can go up in ranks on a skill between trained, expert, master, and legendary. Each one offers you an additional +2 to the skill. As you level up, you get skill increases, which increase one of your skill ranks or gain a proficiency in a new skill. This allows for kind of a mix of both, where you can mix and match and customize your character, but you don't have to fiddle with it as much, dripping out these 1-point bonuses each level. And because there's a predictable spread for your skills, your DM gets to have a rough estimate about where he should expect the party to be for power balancing reasons. One thing that's very unusual coming off of D&D 5e is big numbers. When you're proficient in something, you add your level to the bonus.
Chunky.
Numbers in Pathfinder scale up very quickly. So my players were 7th level, and they were running around with anywhere minimum +9, because at 7th level +2, if they were the lowest trained with no ability score bonus, and all the way up to 16 if they were a master with max ability score. So their proficient skill was somewhere between 9 to 16. I couldn't imagine playing the game above 10th level. Man, the numbers are going to get really big above 10th. This creates big swaths of power between the levels, because something 5 levels higher than the players will suddenly have at least a +5 to everything, plus skill bonus ranks. So if they are 7th level, something at 1st level almost can't hit them, no matter how hard it tries. And an enemy at 12th level is almost like nigh untouchable. There's a window between 4th to 10th, which is kind of a fair challenge, and it's a good fight. But fortunately, Pathfinder 2nd Edition gives adjustment rules, so that way you can take the traps and enemies that are too low level or high level and adjust them easily on the fly, so that you can have a fair challenge. The one downside to adjusting them is it did feel like kind of chasing the players around, like what's the point of the high numbers? I almost feel like a shady businessman who, when you ask how much is it, he responds, I don't know, how much you got. But that's an RPG for you. I can't complain about that, because it's like, wow, how coincidental that you happen to be fighting a 1st level encounter at 1st level. How convenient. So it comes with the territory, but
So, I will say I do really prefer, granted, most of this is going to be me gushing about PF2E, because much like Boo and Call of Cthulhu, I will gush about this system any chance I get.
That's fine.
But I do really like the blend that they struck in Pathfinder 2E, and I've been trying to find a spot to pause this for the past minute. Unfortunately, Puffin went on a minute and a half long run. Yeah, no, that was a run. That wasn't a run-on sentence. That was a marathon.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I do really like the sort of blend that Pathfinder strikes between 5e and 3.5 in most things, but especially the skills. Namely in that you don't quite have as full customizability of your skills in 3.5, of your skills as you would in 3.5, and that may be kind of for the best, especially playing Boris, the guy with a minimum. What's my spot check? I think it's like 14, 16 spot check. Sorry, 13. Or my move silently of 15. Like, there does come a point where it's like, dude, you're 6th level. Like, calm down. And Pathfinder 2e does do a really good job of incentivizing. It's like, well, yeah, sure, I could get, like, go from a +2 to a +4 in this, but I could also spend that on this other thing I've been really needing. Whereas in 3.5, you just are kind of drowning in skill points most of the time.
Yeah.
So it makes it feel more of a, like I can still customize my character and make them pretty much how I want, but at the same time, I'm not going to have like ungodly sight and start seeing into the spirit realm by level 10.
It's true. It's true.
Like my first, I was gonna say, like my first D&D character, my DM let me pick favored enemy multiple times against humans.
That's
right. And I calculated what it would have been at level 20, and I would have a +60 to spot or track a human.
Yeah. It's the other thing that he was talking about with bigger numbers, yes, they're big numbers in this, but everything does those numbers, like everything,
Yes.
right? Like it doesn't feel out of place, and it doesn't feel like it's unbalanced, you know.
Hmm.
It just feels like you got big numbers, dude. You know.
Yeah, like none of my players so far have complained
Right.
about the numbers. I see it online is where I see the complaints about everything goes up by one per level. And I am absolutely not a mathlete. I am not someone who has a great grasp of math at all.
Sure.
And I'm sure they could scale it differently. They could scale back the numbers and make you only get a bonus, every 2 levels or every 3 levels. But for me, it's easy to calculate, right? It's your level plus the proficiency, the static proficiency number. Boom, that's it.
Yep.
So even though it does creep up and keep going up, and by the time you're 20th level, you're going to have a minimum, plus 22, you're probably legendary in something. So you have a plus 28 plus your ability modifier. So, 34 to whatever the skill is. But it's still just easy for me to glance at something and make a calculation just based on the level real fast. And that outweighs the whatever the downside is of a big number to me. And unless my players start complaining about it, I don't see a problem with it at all.
Yeah. I feel like even like calculating out what you will get at 20th level, even it's just like, well, yeah, 20th level now I have a plus 38 and something. Like that just seems natural to me. Right?
Where it's sort of knocking on the door of godhood.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
You're Gandalf. You should.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, like when they woke up all the goblins in the mines of Moria, like Gandalf, not Goblin, Lord. And don't you remember the favorite character from Lord of the Rings, Goblin? Like he was concerned for the party because he knew, like, dude, I can kill everyone here. Are you kidding me? I'm chilling. You guys need to go.
Yeah, exactly.
The large numbers are an important part of the game's design because of another major design feature of Pathfinder, the plus 10 crit miss rule, where if you have a DC or to hit and you roll 10 above the target DC, it's a critical success. Huzzah! And if you roll 10 below, that's a critical fail. Oh no! What that means is it makes the power gaps between the levels even larger, as if a monster has a huge bonus, suddenly it's rolling a 14 and critting, which means that it can fly up to someone, roll 2 crits easily, and very quickly take down a character. It's a way of having martial characters keep pace with the spellcasters. In addition, all the spells will have crit success and crit fail effects. Sometimes it's either negating all the damage if you crit succeed, or other times it's like you get hit with a curse, and because you
failure.
I can't say for a certain that all of them do, but pretty much the standard is any activity in second edition is likely to have a critical success and a critical failure effect, regardless of if it is an attack or a spell or a skill. And it's been a while since I've really dug into 5th edition, but in 5th edition, skills don't have critical.
No, they don't.
Fails or successes.
No,
they're not supposed to, but everybody plays them like they do.
Yeah. And I'll just throw out this since we're kind of talking about the critical effects. Paizo does put out 2 decks of cards that are the critical success cards and the critical fumble cards. Some people like them, some people don't. My players and I absolutely love them. Mm-hmm. We have a ton of fun with drawing the cards that. It gives you all kinds of different outcomes depending on what kind of weapon you're using or if it's a spell and whatnot. So a plug for those items. They've been a big hit with my players. And also we'll throw out there that something that Puffin doesn't mention here is that in 2nd edition, a critical success does not guarantee that you hit your target. A critical success means you still look at whatever the total of the die is, and you increase it by 1 step. So if you roll the natural 20 and you add your modifier to it, if that number would not have been a hit in the first place, so that would normally be a failure, then that is going to be a regular success.
Gotcha. Okay.
And largely what that does is that prevents the situation of a peasant being able to damage an ancient dragon because they rolled a natural 20.
Yeah.
Well, no, that just turns that what would have been a critical failure into a regular failure.
Right, so the peasant actually did slap him, but it wasn't really great.
Yeah, it wasn't that.
It did not harm it. It doesn't matter if you roll that natural 20. It just turns a critical failure into a regular failure. It's not a guarantee of damage.
Okay.
Fail, the now permanent. This design makes all the bonuses that you're getting really valuable, because if someone has a +10 to their diplomacy, they're probably going to persuade anyone they talk to. So why would they bother putting extra ranks into it? But if you increase it to +15, you're way more likely to crit. So your bonus, even at high levels, is still very valuable, even though you can kind of technically succeed with both. One of the other effects of the big numbers is that these bonuses help to protect player specializations. Let's say that the players need to sneak in somewhere and steal something. If you're not proficient in something, you're not doing it. For example, if the Lore Master Bard decides to try and roll the DC 30 check to see if he can figure out where this secret tomb is, the Barbarian is not just going to accidentally figure it out with a lucky die roll because it's just too high for him. And on the one hand, that kind of makes sense, because why would this Barbarian suddenly be able to translate these ancient runes and figure out the answer just because of a lucky roll? Like, it kind of makes sense, but some people like all the players kind of having a shot at it. So it's a mixed bag. It's a double-edged sword. Some people like it, some people don't. I think I kind of prefer the D&D version of it, but I get.
That's preference. Okay.
Yeah, it's a preference.
That's interesting.
I disagree.
I disagree as well.
It reminds me of there was a story. I don't know if it was an animated. No, it was my friend was telling me about, I think it was someone, either a friend of his was running a campaign or like he saw a video of something somewhere. But either way, my friend told me about a D&D campaign where one member of the group was looking for this ancient artifact that was supposed to be like very magically potent.
Fuck, man.
Yeah.
Go on.
And so that was that character's whole reason for leaving home and going on an adventure. And what he would do is whenever they would go somewhere, like a scene would be set, he would look for the artifact. Didn't matter where they were, a restaurant, a general goods shop. He would always search until they got to a boat. And he decided to search in the bottom decks of the boat for the book, and he rolled a nat 20. And the DM's like, well, yeah, you find it there, like at the bottom underneath some sailor's clothes. And he's like, okay, well, that's my character's the whole reason for leaving home. And turns out the magical item itself was a book of magic missile.
Yeah, I mean that's I guess that's the DM or GM's call. The way I've always treated it is like your perception check doesn't make things appear that aren't already there. It's just whether or not you notice it. So, but hey, every table's different. Everybody can run their game the way they want, but I don't think that's the way it would have been intended.
Yeah, no, it is true. Yes, it is always going to be DM's call, but it can't stop me from tenting my hands and squinting my eyes and going, really?
Yeah, exactly. There's always going to be that part of you that just looks at your DM and goes, "Are you sure?"
Yeah. and I'll also throw out there that that's a great reason why I like in 2nd edition Pathfinder that perception checks are made in secret. So the GM rolls it behind their screen.
Oh yeah.
And as a player, you don't know. Like you just say, "I'm going to search for an item," and then the GM rolls a die in secret and either says, well, you find something or you don't.
Mm-hmm.
You as the player, you don't know, did I not find it because I rolled low and therefore there might actually be something there, or did I roll super high? Did I roll a natural 20 and he tells me there's nothing there? Well, I know for a fact there's nothing there because I rolled really high.
Yeah, it does have that
So
metagamey aspect.
yeah. So I'm a big fan of the secret rolls in second edition. Yeah, so that would be one of those times where I would just say, you just didn't see anything.
Yeah.
Isn't that an optional rule though, or is that base game?
Yeah, that's base game. Any item or activity that has the secret trait, there's a literal trait that says the word secret on it. And so perception, sense motive, stealth checks, recall knowledge checks, those all have the secret trait and by raw are supposed to be done in secret by the GM.
Okay.
Now, if you don't have access to all the ability scores or all the skills of all your players, it might be cumbersome. I like to use Fantasy Grounds, where I can just click on my player's character sheet and just roll their skill. It makes it really easy. But in the case of perception checks, I like it.
Yeah, so that is actually the second time I've had someone sort of like somewhat indirectly recommend Fantasy Grounds, because I was talking to someone literally earlier this week that I found out he DM'd a game, and he was like, "Oh yeah, no, like a bunch of us just all use Fantasy Grounds, and it's like it's really good. You should look into it for your campaign." And I'm like, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had an in-person game since COVID broke out.
Yeah.
But even when I was doing in person, I used Fantasy Grounds as my initiative tracker, as my hit point tracker, as everything. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Get the purpose that the point is that it helps to protect player specialization. Like that's what it's there for, and it's doing its job. Moving on to my next subject is magic items, because if you're going to be playing Pathfinder 2nd edition, it's gotta be for the magic items, because coming off of D&D 5e, it's so nice to have all these items available to us. Like, let me tell you, they finally made gold actually valuable, and it lets you customize and outfit your character, which is just like every other RPG known to man, except for 5e. I mean, don't get me wrong, D&D is valuable for like spell components in 5e and like scrolls and potions and stuff, but it's helpful there. But I mean, man, like you don't get to outfit anything. You don't get to get like special weapons and special armors. And
so that depends on your dungeon master, and how they do their items. Because I know, like,
homebrew.
Yeah, I just make things for people, right? Like, it's like, hey, what are you looking for? And then literally they go to the shopkeeper and they're like, hey, could you like enchant this in this way? And I go, yeah, it costs this. And they go, okay.
Yeah, but by raw, I mean,
no,
like,
absolutely.
He's right.
He is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is true.
In the DM's guide for 5th edition, I think, in fact, I'm positive, it specifically says a character should encounter like 6 magic items over the course of their entire adventuring career.
Wow.
Okay. It's that limited.
That's strange.
And yeah, no, I'm serious. It's in there. It's in the
I don't doubt you.
Dungeon Master's Guide.
Yeah.
I DM'd when 5th edition first came out. I did the first 2. I ran the first 2 major adventures: the Horde of the Dragon Queen and like Wrath of Tiamat or something. I forget the names.
Yeah, no, you got it.
But my players really like loot, and they really like magic items, and they really like outfitting themselves. So I started awarding magic items too, because that's what they enjoyed. And spoiler, at the end of the campaign, you fight Tiamat or an aspect of Tiamat, and they completely face rolled the Queen of Dragons. It was. I had to add hit points and pretend that she was way tougher than she was actually statted, just to make it a satisfying climax of an entire campaign.
Sure.
So, like, in my experience, it definitely broke that game.
Yeah,
By
the items that they give in 5e, there seems to be mostly just like really good ones, right? They used to, at least for 3.5, I literally had to send a thing to these guys about what is it? The magic item compendium. That was a thing in 3.5 that was just, it had everything. It had like little crystals you could put in your armor to make it a certain way, or it had these certain magic items for your head, shoulders, knees, and toes, right? Like you had, and they also had more slots. They had each like part of your body was a slot, and you could have a magic item in each of those parts of your body. Whereas now in 5th edition, you can only have 3 that are attuned, and then the rest can be unattuned, and you can time. And yeah, for the attuned stuff, I feel like there's a lot of stuff that can get that way if you just get a bunch of it. So there is a bit of an issue. I don't know. The other thing is that they don't really give pricing. As far as I'm aware,
Right.
they give a
rarity is what they
generalization of like this should be worth from like 500 to like 1,000 for rarity rare or something like that. They have that generalization, that's it. And then you have to do it for the rest of the way, which granted, fair. I mean, I don't see why you shouldn't be able to just price them however you want, but having the guideline there is kind of it's not entirely the guideline that I think should be there.
Rarity rare is the bane of my existence as a DM when I'm like, my players are like, how much would this cost? And I'm like, nah.
Yes.
Well, I don't know.
Giving a grand, like, I would go get my thing, but there, like, a grand a value between 500 and 5,000, like, that's ridiculous. I don't know I guess it should be on the higher end because it's more rare of a rare.
Typically what I do is I look up, I sort of correct for inflation.
Oh, okay.
Because in older editions, things were typically a bit cheaper.
True.
So I'll look up the price in 3.5 and then I'll mark it up 50%.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that works.
Also, I've still not found anything about like a hard and fast like 5 items over the course of their life, but it does definitely talk about magic items should be incredibly rare. Like, you cannot just go to a shop and buy like a ring of Featherfall.
Whoops.
Yeah, no, like, don't get me wrong, a part of that too. And it also talks about how buying and like, if magic items are common enough to be bought and sold, that it should be like closed door like auctions where like it is, you are in the magic item community and there's like a bustling black market of them, but like you can't go to Costco
really
and buy even regular magic items.
Yeah, and this is the edition where they don't give you any sort of rules for creating magic items and all that kind of stuff.
No, they do.
They do? They
have some.
What? They do?
They're not great, but hold on. Identifying a magic item, where was it? I know
identifying is different than creating.
Well, yes, because they're different words, Alejo.
Right. Well,
I'm wearing and wielding, activating, magic item resilience, special features. I could have sworn in 5e random magical items.
I don't remember it because that's the thing that we complain about all the time, is like, it doesn't give you good rules for creating magic items. It doesn't.
Bag of devouring, bolt of dwarven kind. Yeah, this is
well, anyway, while you're looking for that.
Yeah, sorry.
It's good. It's fine.
Contrarian by nature, fact checker by passion.
I appreciate it. That's why you're on the show.
It's not for my charming personality.
So Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm diligently going through the Dungeon Master's Guide right now myself to confirm my fleeting memory that the mention of specific numbers in there, but I won't
Yeah.
let that hold up the rest of the show.
Well, no, I just wanted to make sure.
Are you kidding me? Getting lost in the weeds is what we do, man.
It is quite literally what we do. No, I just wanted to make sure because I'm looking at the time and I'm wondering if you're still good or not.
No, heck, we haven't even gotten to the quote unquote good part of, of this review. So
Fantastic, awesome.
So you've seen this video before?
Yes, yeah, I had seen it prior to even receiving the invite, and I did rewatch it today to refresh my memory. But yeah,
and I've only seen the one part that made me go, "We need to talk about this." So
about 3 minutes from now, buckle up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm excited.
Yep, it's an interesting take, and I don't agree at all.
I'm somewhat also disappointed because I typically love Puffin so goddamn much.
Stuff. That's kind of disappointing. Here in Pathfinder, there are a plethora of magic items and gear, and not only that, but they offer gear in different levels, so that there's a low-level Dragonhide shield, and the price goes up by level, getting you more and more expensive and more powerful. So it lets you really customize your character's gear, and I was really excited to be getting into it, but I found out, like, the more I played, I'm not really, like, it's interesting, okay, looking over all the items, I found that I didn't do it as much as I thought I would. Then there's also crafting. If you don't want to spend your gold on items, well, all of your gold, you can take your downtime days to craft gear that you need as long as you have the required feats, proficiencies, and instructions. One of the things I want to move on to and talk about a little bit is opportunity attacks. I really like how they changed opportunity attacks, allowing only certain classes like fighters to pick up that ability. And not all characters start with it as a default. One of the big advantages of this is that it lets players kind of dance around the battlefield, getting into strategic positions and aiding allies, and makes players more active in combat, setting up allies for bonuses. Returning back to the high numbers, because of the 3-action system, multi-attack penalty, and how attacks scale according to your level, the combination of all those rules definitely changes the way that I have to think about organizing combat. Originally, when I would run tabletop RPGs in combat, I like to use swarms, where I use hordes of little guys, and that is just not how Pathfinder is designed. In D&D, I would put 15 enemies onto the board and roll all 15 attacks at once. Hit, miss.
And I'm just going to throw out there that they have announced that the next bestiary is going to have rules for squads and troops and whatnot to accommodate playstyles like that.
Good.
Excellent. By the way, Dave, remind me, opportunity attacks in 2E, don't they usually trigger when you enter someone's threat space?
No, I'm pretty sure it's when you make a move action or an interact action or any action with the manipulate trait while within a threatened range. So it would be moving out of, typically.
Okay. And then also like drinking a potion and stuff like that.
Yeah, because interact has the manipulate trait. So casting a spell with a somatic component will trigger it. But casting a spell that only has a verbal component would not. It's movement and the manipulate trait, I believe. I actually don't have a whole lot of experience with them because my players haven't really been going for fighters, but that's my understanding.
Okay.
Hit, miss. But the way that Pathfinder works, because each attack is more involved, it tends to prefer fewer, more impactful monsters. Plus, the way that scaling works, higher to hit means additional damage, so it's easier to just increase the to hit to add damage. In D&D, the steps tend to be a bit simpler. You check advantage, disadvantage, roll, add a bonus, check to hit, then roll damage, then double if it's a weakness, have it's a resistant. But in Pathfinder, the steps are first check status effect, ask the player if there's any additional bonus, add up all the status effects, roll, add bonus, check to hit, check AC modifier due to status effects on the target, check to see if it's within crit range, then roll damage, then check to see if status effects, to see the bonus to roll damage, then deal damage, then subtract weaknesses and resistances, and then that just gets really tiring.
All right, and to be fair, Puffin, you also cut out like half of those things of roll damage, check resistances. Like you do that in 5e too, man.
You do the exact same thing. Exactly.
We're
getting into the territory.
You are cutting out steps in order to be hyperbolic, and it makes your point inaccurate.
Exactly.
Well,
it is still more involved. Yes, I will grant you that, but you cannot choose to withhold information in order to make yourself seem more right.
To his point, only having to worry about I double or I half for 90% of the situations is more simple and is easier for people than having to look at every individual stat blocks where it could be a -5 resistance or it could be a vulnerability of 10. And so I think his point here is that it's easier just to stick to the double or half, or advantage is rolling 2 dice and disadvantage is rolling or rolling twice and taking the worst of the results, is easier to keep in your brain than the myriad of different possibilities that you're going to find in Pathfinder. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt right now that that's where his point is, and if so, that I would agree with.
Yes, if that is the point, then yes, I agree as well. But we're getting there. We're getting to the point.
Yeah.
We're getting to it. Don't worry. We're gonna. I'm so excited.
Oh, I don't like. I don't like what you guys are hinting at. It gives me like a sense of dread.
Good.
So some of your comments have been a little bit prophetic.
Oh no!
I'm so excited. Oh.
One attack finder second edition. Okay, so the player rolls a 16 plus 15.
Oh wait, no.
Okay,
wait, hold on. This is it.
Status effects on the target. Check to see if it's within crit range. Then roll damage. Then check to see if status effects. See the bonus to roll damage. Then deal damage. Then subtract weaknesses and resistances. And then that just gets really tiring. Let me walk you through just one attack of Pathfinder second edition. Okay, so the player rolls a 16 plus 15 plus 1 because of guidance for a 31. Nope, wait, actually it's a 32. Another player pipes up. Wait, actually it's a 33. Wait, no, wait, actually it's a 32. Another player pipes up. Wait, actually it's a 33 because a bless gives you a +1 on attack rolls. Nope, it's a 32 because I already added it in. What? I rolled a 14. What? The player corrects. I rolled a 14 and added in. Wait, that means I already added in the guidance. So let's back up. It's a 14 plus a 15 plus 2 plus 1 from guidance plus 1 from bless. Cool. I let them know it's a hit, but not a crit. Well, their AC is normally 18, so they have +2 to their defense, plus they raise their shield up, I think. A few of them had raised their shields last round, giving them a 22 AC. In addition, hobgoblins get a +1 to their AC, while 2 other adjacent allies are next to it. So the hobgoblins on the end don't have the bonus, but the ones in the middle do have the bonus. So this one does have the bonus, so it's a 31 to hit.
Yeah, it's called a shield wall.
Not a crit, because you need to beat their AC by 10. Well, wait a second, one of the players brings up. I thought he was flat-footed. He is flat-footed, but not to you. He's flat-footed to the other 2. Oh yeah, but the player brings up that he's flat-footed because he had him grabbed, giving him a -2 to his AC. Wait, that was your first action to grab him? Oh yeah, this...
Alright, manage your game a little bit better and that won't happen.
So yes, so this is the whole example that he does. He starts overcomplicating it for no reason.
And
the thing is,
so
right, you can do this with D&D.
No, Alejo,
Yeah.
hold up.
Okay.
Hold up.
Yeah.
I love it when your example as to why an addition is bad is because your players are bad at math, not because there's something inherently wrong with the addition. It's like, yeah, but my people are stupid and can't add. And it's like, well, that's not on Paizo.
That's not on the addition. Legitimately, all that he's doing here is referencing every rule so that you now think it's more complicated, because let me tell you, this isn't going to happen every time. This is one round of combat for the worst case scenario.
Yeah,
right?
You can absolutely have people have issues with guidance or bless or advantage and disadvantage or pack tactics in 5e.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's literally doing this in such a way that it's like, why aren't you saying the same thing about 5e? Why aren't you saying that this is just like what 5e would do and make the same thing? Because I would then go, you're wrong, and he knows that, I assume, right?
And it's interesting. There's actually a comment in the the comment section of this video, and I'm just going to try to paraphrase it.
Please.
But the person says, if you were basically, if he was going to do a truly objective comparison with 5e, the 5e version of what he is doing here would be, okay, so I'm going to shoot my bow, so I have to roll 1d20, and then I have to add my dexterity modifier, and then there's also a proficiency bonus that I have to add it to it. Oh, wait a second, this is not just any bow, it's a +1 bow, so I have to add the +1. But the person I'm shooting has cover, so now I have to adjust it for the enemy having cover, and then, well, hold it, wait a second, I have bracers of archery, and then I got to add the bonus for the bracers of archery. And then the other player says, well, don't forget, you have bardic inspiration because I'm a bard. Oh, so now I got to add that to it as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And then after I do all of this and I make my roll, the GM tells me that the target I have to roll it again because of disadvantage. Are you kidding me? Why do I have disadvantage? Well, the person you're shooting is in dim light. So seriously, I've got to re-roll this all over again?
So, and
that is a 5e example of what he's doing to Pathfinder 2nd Edition. And he's intentionally crafting the most absurd example and blowing it way out of proportion.
And so there's actually we've encountered this on a few other channels, and the proper response was always, yes, in the scenario for which you have built for yourself, this is true.
Exactly. It baffles me that he would do this because I don't know what he's trying to tell me, right? I understand that this is a little more complicated, and you can just say Pathfinder's combat a little more complicated, and I'd believe you, right?
Yeah.
You could pull the examples.
You could just say. You could just say, like, so-and-so will be flat-footed to people based on positioning, and sometimes this can be a bit less beginner-friendly. You can say that with all the different conditions that, like, you can have 2 conditions stack or, like, modify each other or whatever.
You give the actual examples that make sense and that are in the rulebook, not my player can't do math.
Yeah, and the other thing he said was, oh, so wait a second, your first action was to grab?
Right, yeah. No,
I mean, come on, dude, if you're the GM, aren't you following?
Aren't you paying attention to what's going on? Like, the other thing is, like, man, you just... Like, note-taking is a thing for abilities, right? The other thing is, you look at your sheet, it's got numbers on it that you just add to it, and usually, you've already added those numbers to things, and the only thing you have to remember is the additional things, like the conditions, the bless, that's it. Like, you don't have to worry about the +7 every time, you've already got that right there for you to reference.
By the time that you're adding +15 to things, you should be used to doing it enough that this is not an issue every round.
Exactly. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I don't... So the best faith interpretation of this is that he's just trying to explain how complicated something can be. The worst faith interpretation is he's trying to make people not play the game.
Yeah,
right?
I'm leaning towards that. Unfortunately,
I don't like it, but I find myself.
I don't like it either,
too.
and I don't. That's the only other thing that I can think of because like, it's intentional. He's written this down. He's recorded it. He's listened to it. He's edited it, and he's okayed this, and he's put it up. And I don't. What is the purpose of it? If not to dissuade people a bit, right?
If it was from anybody else, like I said, I love his cartoons. I've been a subscriber of his for a long time. I really get a kick out of him. If it was from anybody else, I might think that this grand exaggeration is meant to be humorous. Yeah. But like, I've seen enough of his stuff. When he wants to be funny, he's serious. Funny.
Yep.
Yeah, this is serious, Puffin.
Yeah, this is definitely serious.
I hate to say it because I think we've all said that we really like Puffin.
Yeah.
But I can't help but wonder if he knows the overwhelming majority of his 750,000 or thereabout subscribers are 5e players.
Yeah.
And so
he's got to appeal to
at
them
the
more.
end of the day, he wants to cater to that audience.
Yeah.
As someone who almost exclusively does Pathfinder Second Edition stuff, I don't know. Maybe I'm biased towards Pathfinder Second Edition.
Yeah.
I don't have 750,000 subscribers though, so it's a
Well,
different story.
Right, that's the thing. Like, regardless of numbers, it's not good for his or for my view of him, for his integrity of like using this. I don't understand why you would even okay this, regardless of what you're doing majority wise, you know? Yes, you can have a bias and you can say that you have a bias and stuff, but if you're going to be giving some fair shake, some actual review of something, you don't overcomplicate it to the point of nonsense. It doesn't make sense to me. It's just like, as soon as this is the clip that Brogan showed me, and I was like, dude, why?
So my knee-jerk response, because I'm a cynical asshole,
Sure.
is that this review was perhaps sponsored by someone, and then I thought, no, because he didn't declare it.
Yeah, you have.
And then I think to myself, so what else could it be? And it's, well, and I started thinking about the fact that he's primarily a D&D channel, and I'm like, if he starts saying too many good things about Pathfinder, people will say, why don't you put out Pathfinder content? And he won't have a good reason to say no. And then most of his D&D people will be like, oh, I'm here for D&D content, and it's no longer 100% D&D, it's only like 85%, and then they'll unsub.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I really hope it's not that. I really hope it's just, this was intended to be funny. Like, I hope that it was more just a overcomplicated example with the purpose of being humorous. And I understand we've already talked about that doesn't seem like it's the case. But I just hope that that's what it is, regardless. And he can say whatever he wants now, and I can never know, right? It's unfortunate that now I can't because there's, like, I don't know him, right? And if he tells me one thing, I can believe him as best as I can, but it's also this lingering seed of just like, why did you do this? Why did you okay this? Why did you put it up there?
The only other thing I could think of is, first edition Pathfinder, a derogatory nickname of first edition Pathfinder was Mathfinder. Because, I've had people tell me, like, I've said, hey, we're playing Pathfinder in this weekend, you want to join, whatever.
Yeah.
And I had one person tell me straight up, like, look, I want to play a game. I don't want to sit around doing math all afternoon.
That's weird, because people would say that about D&D to me for some reason.
But the people that I hear that from have never actually played Pathfinder. There's something within the community. The reputation of first edition was that it's all math and it's very crunchy, and second edition is still definitely more crunchy than fifth ed D&D.
Yes.
Oh, of course.
But it's nowhere. Well, first of all, first edition wasn't that bad either.
Oh, it wasn't. That's the thing, right?
Second edition isn't as bad. So I guess what I'm saying is I wonder if he came into this with the preconceived notion that Pathfinder is has a reputation for being super complex and crunchy and math oriented, and he's just leaning into that because it's already part of his subconscious. I don't know.
It might be,
all I know is he's intentionally doing these exaggerations, and I don't know why.
Exactly.
It could be a funny bit to lean into if he did research about it.
Yeah, absolutely. He could totally make it work, right? It's just, this is not correct. I don't know why he's doing
Puffin.
This goes on for another, like, minute and a half or something, so let's just get through it.
Yeah.
This is your second attack, then he has a -5 penalty to it. So what are the numbers again?
Fuck.
So it's a 14, plus 15, plus 1, -5, versus an 18, plus 2 because of elite, plus 2 because of the
you just have short-term memory loss, immediately. I don't know why. It's one of those things. So, okay, yeah, let's get through it.
Field Rage, plus 1 because of the Hobgoblin, Circumstance bonus, -2 because of flat-footed, and you hit! That Hobgoblin is now going to shield block reaction, meaning that his shield is now going to take some of the I need to look up his shield stats. And because it's a wooden shield, the wooden shield stats 3, HP 12, and broken threshold 6. When he uses a shield block, first the hardness reduces the damage, and the rest gets split between the shield and himself. So the player rolls dealing 12 damage. The shield blocks 3 of that, meaning that there's 9 damage left. And when there's an odd number, the person taking the damage gets to decide how it gets split. So I decide the shield takes 5 damage, Hobgoblin takes 4, so I have 2 HP trackers, 1 for the Hobgoblins.
It's like, this is accurate, yes, but you... Okay, this isn't what you don't have to worry about this all the time, you know? Like, yes, I get it. Every time somebody hits a shield, you have to kind of do some calculation and stuff. I agree. But you don't, like, he's just listing everything out as if this is going to happen every single combat. Because he said this in that way.
I and my players are going to be poorly prepared every single combat.
Exactly.
Is the story that you're actually telling me,
It's
Puffin.
so strange. So strange.
So much of these calculations that he's doing on the fly, he's making it sound like he has to start from scratch and make these calculations from start to finish every single time you roll the dice. When 99% of these calculations he's talking about are things that you do one time and you write it on your character sheet.
Exactly.
And when it's time to do the thing, you look at your character sheet and it's the numbers waiting for you there.
Yeah, like, so take for instance, and that's actually a really good point. Boris with his spot check. I don't like roll the d20 and say, all right, I need to add a +2 because of my wisdom modifier, and then add a +9 because of my ranks, and then add +2 because of the alertness feat. I just like look over to the side where it says 13.
Yes, exactly, and you just go, all right, I had a +13.
I don't, when I go to open locks, I say, all right, I've got 4 because I've got a +4 to dex and a 9 ranks, and then masterwork picks give me 2, and then that means it's a 15. Oh, but wait, no, I got the buff cast on me by Mez, so it's actually a 4 plus a 9 plus a 2 plus a 2. Like, dude.
Like, the other thing that someone could argue is every time you have to write an encounter, you have to prepare your monsters, and I say prepare because you prepare. You prepare your monsters, and then they all have different abilities every time. It depends on what you're using, right? You have to look. But again, I argue you prepare. You've done this beforehand, and you've already set this up. And if you don't, then yeah, in the moment you have to then look that stuff up, but it's right there for you to look at, to reference once, get in your head, and then go forward.
Take some quick notes on it, and then like pull out
like even
when you're like opening up your notes and like clipping things to your DM screen. You go, oh yeah, that's right. There's that right there, and like just
writing down even
like,
just page numbers or putting in little slips of paper just to mark them. Like you make it
bullet
so
point
easy.
Format. Like
you make it as easy or as hard for yourself as you make it, right? Like there's
preparing is the DM's lot.
and for players trying to figure this all out, there are plenty of digital tools you can use to build your character. It's probably been 3rd edition D&D was probably the last time that I just sat down with pencil and paper and built my character, because ever since 4th edition, 5th, and with D&D Beyond and with the other tools that are available for Pathfinder, like you don't need to know all this stuff.
Exactly.
You can plug it into a tool. It will tell you what the numbers. You write it down, and you move on.
Like we say,
hell, dude, I'm surprised this isn't actually a 47-minute ad for Fantasy Grounds.
Right? Like we say it all the time of like read your player's handbook and stuff, right? And when we break it down to the point of what we actually really need you to do is just to learn what your character does, right? If you're gonna make a character, you read the class, you read their abilities, you read about your feats that you take, you read about your items that you take. That's all you need. The conditions and stuff that you might inflict, that's all you need to know. Like that's it. You don't need to worry about the shield for your hobgoblins that you're fighting if they do the pain split or whatever the fuck it is. Like it's so strange. I can't wrap my head around this.
Another for their shields, also keeping an eye on their broken thresholds, because since this guy just used his reaction, I'm also keeping an eye on their broken threshold. Plus, since this guy just used his reaction, he can't use shield block until his turn comes around. Once the shields have taken above 6 damage, they no longer give the hobgoblins bonuses to their AC from the shield raise action. Once the shields have taken above 6 damage, they no longer give the hobgoblins bonuses to their AC from the raise shield action. This guy's shield already took 4 damage, bringing the total up to 10, so it's broken but not destroyed. So he no longer gets a +2 bonus to his AC, but they can still use it in order to shield block until it's above the total HP, and then the weapon becomes destroyed. But then, once it's destroyed, they have 1 additional free hand and can now use.
So he then goes into free hand. It's like, yes, once it's destroyed, you don't have to think about this until it's destroyed. First off. Second off.
Thank you. Thank you for Emineming your way through a paragraph of information that most people like. I know how shields work in Pathfinder, right? It does not take up a lot of space in my brain. It does, like, you know it.
Right.
Most
Sorry.
people are not consciously thinking of every single bit of, like, oh, well, I need to make sure that this person, they need to roll a dex saving throw against the fireball, and then this person only has a dex of this, but, oh, wait, they're surrounded by people, so I need to impose disadvantage on this. Like, most people just, in the moment, go, okay, roll this reflex save, this one gets disadvantage, roll this reflex save. Like, you're making this sound like I'm going to have a panic attack while trying to do something as simple as raise my shield.
All I can see,
and that is, like, just abjectly false.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think part of what from his perspective is he's looking at it as the GM who likes to put 15 enemies on the board. Yeah. And if all 15 of those enemies were carrying a shield and he had to track hit point, break threshold, and whatnot for every single enemy and every single shield, like, that would be overwhelming. And I agree. Yeah. But I think what my counter to that would be, if you are putting 15 orcs on the board and they all have short bows, are you really going to be tracking the arrow ammunition costs for every single one of them?
Fair point.
No, you're just going to manage the game. And I mean, arrows are tracking one number and the shields are tracking 2 or 3 numbers. But the end of the bottom line is, in both situations, you're just not going to bother with it. Pathfinder trusts the GM to manage their game. It trusts the GM to do what's going to make sense. And I think this is one of those cases. And I will say, I have 2 players who use shields. They're both the kind of players that really get into the immersion of, like, during this break while they're getting their focus points back, I'm getting out my repair kit and I'm banging out dents and I'm repairing it. Like,
hell yeah.
It is an extra level of mathematics, but for some people that equals immersion and it really works for those people.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing that I want to mention here is that in his description for this video, I wanted to bring it up. He has a correction for this particular section. It says, correction.
Just one.
Correction. The shield block reaction does not split the damage. Instead, both the target and the shield take equal damage. Thank you to the audience for pointing that out. That's his correction. Good to know. Thanks.
That is factually correct.
That is factually correct. Exactly. The other thing that I do want to say that does make me a little sad is also thank you to Blaine Simple for editing the audio for me. So yeah, I don't know how much he's edited of it, but oh man, Blaine.
Oh, because that makes him complacent.
That as well. It's just like, oh man, okay. Somebody else also helped you.
I hope there was a tentatively and concerningly worded email of a, hey Puffin.
You sure about this? Again, don't know how much he edited for the audio. Don't know if he did it all. Don't know if he did just a bit. Don't know if he never did this section. I have no idea. But man, does not help. Sorry.
I'm gonna mute myself real quick.
Mhm.
I'll still be in and giving observations. I just don't want to make you all listen to me eat.
Okay, fair enough.
Weapons with 2 hands, giving them an additional attack, giving their attacks a damage bonus. Anyway, that's what I gotta worry about from 1 attack. If you were able to follow that, great. If not, this game might not be for you.
See, right there. If you're not
Yeah.
able to follow, he's already poisoned the well. He's like,
Yeah.
if you're not able to follow what I have set up in this, like, completely just complex beyond belief example, it might not be your game. Also, we lost. Oh, there he is. Okay, good.
Hello.
Hello, welcome back.
I
Huh?
I return to you now at the turn of.
Thank you. But no, he's poisoned the well right after giving this extremely complicated example, and it just it paints it in such a light that it's
Yeah.
like, man, why not encourage like this being like, even with your example, just say, what I've presented is quite complicated, and if you work at it, you can follow it. Or, like, if you try to understand the system, you can follow it and you can enjoy the game, right? Like, just, you can say it in such a way that's, like, more diplomatic, I guess.
Yeah, he could have created an example that that was 1/5 the amount of time he spent on this one,
Yeah.
and included all of the different modifiers, all the different things,
Mhm.
and said, if that's an example, that's a realistic example of what could happen. So you need to understand going into Pathfinder Second Edition that there is a possibility that you're going to have one round where you're going to have to deal with this many different modifiers,
Mhm.
Absolutely, yeah.
as opposed to
As a
As
DM,
opposed to
take
what he's done.
caution.
yeah. What he presented is very much like this is what you have to deal with on every
Yeah,
every
especially
action
with framing
of the
it,
game. And
saying, this is what I have to deal with 1 attack. Like,
yeah,
what that implies that every attack is going to be like this.
So, and the thing is too, is the worst part about this, I'm now realizing after Alejo you said poison the well,
Mm-hmm.
is there is another 28 minutes of this.
Yeah, but I mean,
And I don't know what I can trust of this remaining 28
Right?
minutes.
I don't know.
well, I can tell you this much: the objective review ended at about the 17-minute mark.
Ooh.
Sick.
Ooh, I love it.
He's got this big rant, and he's got another big rant after this one, and then he summarizes at the end.
Oh,
thank God.
yeah, dude, I'm here for it.
I'm with it. I need it. It's in my life now.
I have
my
a
God.
snack, I have a drink, I'm ready.
Well, on that note, are you still good there, Dave? Are you
Yeah, let's keep on rolling. I
Fantastic.
don't know how much longer, but yeah.
Absolutely, just let us know.
I can't step out now. Come
Yeah,
on.
no, I understand. Right? I understand.
Yeah, we're just hitting the good part.
But I appreciate you being, aware
Of course.
the fact that I can't be here all night.
Absolutely, of course. Just let us know.
Not for the faint heart. I found myself having to simplify things and ignore certain bonuses to speed up combat. Yeah, this guy has a +1 bonus when he follows up with another attack, but we're just going to ignore that for now.
Why?
Yeah, I don't get that either.
Whoa.
Why design him to do that in the first place?
Yeah.
It still just goes back to you calculate it once, you write it on the character sheet, that's the number.
Yeah, I don't like you have. Are you not open to the like Puffin Ben? I believe, right? That's his name.
Yes.
Ben.
Yes.
My guy, and I call him Ben because he's my friend.
Because he's your friend.
Ben, do you not have the stat block open every time? Are you not referring to it like? Can you not just look at it and do that calculation just once and then go, okay, this is how much this is? like every time. It's just a plus like 3 or a plus 4. You know, I'm just obviously using a small number. I don't know the actual number, but it's either you could put plus 3 / plus 4 if followed up. That's all you need. That's a note.
Like literally what I do with every single one of my D&D characters, and I've been doing this since I first started playing D&D and I didn't want to be this guy in every round of combat,
Yeah.
is I have like my little weapons tab for Boris. And then there's Double Blade. And then off to the side, +8 / 1d6 + 1d6, and then I have a little subscript, necrotic.
Yeah.
And then off to the right of that, I have 4 base attack, 0 strength, +4 dex mod, and then /1d6 base + 1d6 enchantment +0 mod.
Yeah.
Like you can. This takes up one line of a college ruled notebook.
Yeah, exactly. Like, all you do is do it once, and then you change the modifier when it needs to be changed. That's it.
What if my base attack bonus goes up next level? I will erase 1/4 and write a 5, and I'll erase an 8 and I'll write a 9.
Wow! what a marv. I don't understand this. Oh my
We
God.
have the technology, Ben.
So crazy.
You're a biochemist. I know you're smart enough to do this. I know this because I struggled in biochem. Chem I can do. Biochem is awful.
We got a lot of on the table already. The players I found like having these strategic elements that they can work with. They like having some strategic elements, like not all of them. This is too much. And besides, the example I gave was a dude with a spear and a shield. You fight dudes with spears and shields all the time in RPGs.
Oh my God! Don't continue to do this. Poisoning the well. Okay.
Yep.
If it's that complex, just one dude, it's gonna get way worse from there. Each of the calculations is not that bad, but when you start stringing together a bunch, it can slow down. Some of those get ironed out by memorizing all the actions and all the tag, but every time you play, it's always something else. There's an initial slowdown when you first start playing the game where you're trying to remember.
Like, can you give me an example?
Yeah, he's about to.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Remember all your
praise
abilities
heaven.
and figure out what they do and have to look stuff up. But the problem is that even like once it starts to kind of get to a normalized mode, when you know what everything does, it's still pretty slow. Sometimes when you have a set of combat.
I mean, I can tell you from my experience, Pathfinder 2nd Edition was in no way slower than 5th Edition D&D.
Right? Like, yeah, combat is slow. That's the fact. That's it,
Oh.
right? Like, we just did a podcast on this for combat in D&D, and like D&D in general being slow. Like, it applies also to Pathfinder in the sense of, yeah, it's slow and it's also not that slow. Like, it's not that bad.
Dude, fun fact. Okay,
Yeah.
here's what you can do.
Mm-hmm.
Is just have, if they have like say 3 attacks, right? Because you have your 3 action points.
Yes.
Do like +5, comma, +3,
Mhm.
comma, -1,
Mm-hmm.
/ and then whatever their mod is for their damage. So like say 1d8 plus whatever. You're done.
Yeah, you're done. Like,
You're done.
Whatever shorthand you need to make, you make it for yourself. As long as you understand your own notes, you get it. You do it. You've done it. Amazing. You can go.
No one is asking you to take 5 sticky notes and attach them to the margin of every single enemy.
No one's asking you to be like me, who memorizes things without meaning to, and knows most of D&D 5e's rules off the top of my head. Okay? Like, don't be like me. It's bad. Like,
Well, yeah, that's his whole point, is that it's bad.
right? Yeah, no, it's and yet
We found some common ground.
okay.
with just a few rats, it can be kind of fast, but just having a spellcaster or a few complicated monsters into the mix, and it just grinds to a halt. So when I played Pathfinder 2nd Edition, I played a variety of characters, but one in particular was I had a ranger. I'm just going to walk you through what I had to deal with on one turn on one attack. This character had a +3 to his strength and +4 to his dex. In one hand, he had a scimitar of striking, and the other was a +1 returning star knife. He could run into a fight swinging both of them, or he could chuck the star knife at someone and hit them and the star knife would come back to him. Pretty cool, right? It is. But when I would make my attacks, I would have to worry about a few things. First, because they're both +1, they both get a +1 to their attack rolls. Also, the scimitar of striking wasn't finesse, meaning that it was strength to hit and strength to damage. Well, the star knife was finesse, so it was dex to hit and didn't add dex to damage. When I would run up to someone, I would make my attacks on them. I had an ability called Twin Takedown, where I could make 2 attacks on someone as one attack, one from each hand, and then combine the damage for bypassing resistances. But I can only do that once per turn. Plus, as a ranger, I could hunt prey, which gave me a flurry ability. The flurry ability reduced my penalty for subsequent attack rolls against someone I had used the hunt prey. The second attack would be at a -3 penalty, and the third attack would be at a -6. But if the attacks were done with an agile weapon, it would be a -2 for the second attack and -4 for the third attack. So if I made 3 attacks for the scimitar, it would
He didn't write anything on his character sheet. I have to assume he's never used a character sheet before.
My absolute favorite thing is he's like, well, this right here is a finesse weapon, and this right here wasn't a finesse, and you can't use damage for finesse. It's like, dude, literally, it's the same roll in 5e.
Exactly.
The literal only difference was when we got to the attack where you're like, I can only do that once per turn, which here's a fucking hint for you. It's the same in 5e, my guy.
Yeah, exactly. Let me go pull up a Pathfinder 2e character sheet.
He must have seen the once you use this ability, you cannot use it until you finish your short rest and had a stroke.
Right? Like I don't get it.
The twin takedown lets you make 2 attacks with only 1 action. So obviously it's going to have a notation in there that you can only do that once per round, so that you don't end up making 6 attacks by just spamming twin takedown over and over again.
Yeah,
exactly.
But ultimately, again, a lot of the things that he's talking about is the calculation for the attack could be summed up by just writing it on your character sheet.
Yeah, and I'll even show a character sheet on screen right now. There's literally a section for weapon, so you put in your scimitar of striking. Your second weapon goes in the other one for your returning dagger, and then you have your strength and dex mods, your proficiency mods, like all of this you put in, and then it's there for you to reference.
And you don't have to worry about the star knife being a finesse weapon in the moment, because you've already adjusted its attack bonus, its multiple attack penalty, when you wrote it down on the sheet.
Exactly.
So some of the stuff like precision, he goes into the calculations of if it's this is that, and if it's that is this. Well, it's only one or the other, and you know what it is.
Yeah.
When you put it on your sheet, and the precision is when you do that with your Hunter's Prey, I think it's a -2. Your penalty is reduced by 2 for your second attack, and it's reduced by 4 for your third attack.
Sure.
And that's it. So you just write in the margin, hey, if I'm doing this against my Hunter's Prey, it's just going to lower my penalties by those 2 numbers.
It just makes me feel like he's allergic to taking notes.
He's intentionally trying to make this sound as ridiculously complex as possible, and I don't get it.
I don't get it either, man. I never thought I would have a moment where I'd clown on Puffin Forest.
No, at the end of the day,
be careful, dude. 2020 is a powerful year.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, really. Anything can happen this year.
Man. Okay.
This review just it threw me for a loop.
It's crazy, dude. I'm
not used to this.
So he described it before as a roller coaster, and I agree for a different reason than what he thought. I assume. Man.
Oh. It would be plus my proficiency, which is 9, plus 1 for magic weapon bonus, or 13 for the attack, plus 8 for the second attack, and plus 3 for the third attack. But if I was going to be making the attack with my knife, because it's finessed, it uses dex, which is 4 plus 8 plus 1 for magic weapon, or plus 14, which would be plus 14
like in 5e.
plus 9 for the second, and plus 4 for the third. But if I hunt first and just use my scimitars, it would be plus 13,
or
and then
use
plus
Hunter's
10
Mark.
and plus 7. But if I use the star knife while hunting, it would be plus 15. But since it's agile, it reduces the attack penalty for the second attack by 1 to a -4, and the third attack penalty from -10 to -8. And so since I've hunted because of my flurry ability, it reduces the first penalty by -1, and the second penalty by -2. So it would be making an overall -2 and -4 penalty. So the total attack bonuses would be plus 15, plus 13, plus 11. But let's say you're fighting 2 guys. I hit one guy with a knife who I've hunted, and then scimitar someone, and then knife the first guy again. In that case, it would be a plus 15 straight roll, and the second would be a plus 11, plus 14 minus 5 from the multi-attack penalty to be plus 8. And when I knife the first guy again, since it's the third attack and he's hunted, we started at plus 15, minus 6 because of the multi-attack penalty, reduced because of agile, but reduced again to -4 because of the third attack penalty reduction.
Ben, why did you play this?
Thank you for telling me that you can do contextual math.
Yeah.
Now do it.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, Ben, if you really had such a problem with this, why did you keep playing this character? Like, why didn't you switch it out? You know? Like,
oh my God.
If this is such an issue, like, what are you doing, man?
And the worst part is too is like I could literally just drop an example of like a fighter, right?
Yeah.
In 5e and make him like, I don't know, a 13th level fighter and talk about him using like whirlwind attacks and like all the extra attack actions and being like, and then I can do this, but then because of this feat, it's actually only this, but then this feat gives a modifier to that. And it's like, yes, dude, this is a basic process. Everyone does this. You've done this.
Yeah.
You've never had issues with it before. It is no different now.
Like we've said, like you can do this for any combat kind of character at all in any system.
Not so much Call of Cthulhu.
Not okay, fair. Not Call of Cthulhu in ones that combat where you're gonna die if you're in it. Yeah, fair.
Yeah, I was then immediately like, Cyberpunk 2.
But no, actually in Cyberpunk you have to calculate a bunch of different modifiers in combat. It is a thing.
Yeah, but there's less like feats and stuff for.
I understand that. I understand that. But what I'm saying is you can make anything as complex as this by just explaining it out like verbatim, right? Like that's all he's doing. Just to then like, yes, you read this once and then you figured it out on your sheet and then it's okay.
And you wrote +9, +5, -1.
And that's it.
And then we had a normal session.
Yeah, you weren't I'm sorry, like were you the problem in every game where you just go and you sit there and you just stared at your paper for a while? Just stared. And then you like the DM and everybody else were trying to rouse you and you were just in your stupor until 2 minutes had gone by and then you go,
hold on, I'm pretty sure that's in the conditions. Hold on.
And then another 5 minutes went by.
There. Okay, is he confused or is he petrified or is he paralyzed? But no matter what it is, I'm indifferent.
It's just, it's so insane. This is just insane.
Effect from my prey, so it's actually a +11 overall. But what if I decided to do a twin takedown? It's one action, so is it one attack or two? Well, it says that you still apply the normal attack penalties to the second attack. But wait a second, doesn't that mean that I could do 4 attacks? Yes, the fourth attack would actually get the penalty from the third attack bonus, because the third attack penalty is for third and subsequent attacks. So hypothetically, let's say I were to scimitar someone I haven't hunted, then twin takedown knife and scimitar someone again who's my hunt prey, then use twin takedown on a knife and scimitar on someone who's my hunt prey, then use the knife again. That would be 14
Dave,
for the
you
first,
weren't
plus
kidding.
13 for the knife, because it's agile and he's hunted, plus 8 for the scimitar of striking, because it's strength plus proficiency plus magic weapon bonus, plus the multi-attack penalty of -10, reduced by 4 because of flurry for a -6, or 14.
This just becomes noise. I can't hear him
beginning
anymore.
to feel like a rap god.
Yeah. Gosh, yeah.
Oh my god. I'm sorry to anyone out there listening, like, that we're not commenting more on this, but we've commented on it already to the extent of this is ridiculous. Like,
he's essentially just reading the rule book.
yeah,
And
that's it.
Yeah.
That's all he's done.
I'm beginning to wonder if not drawing anything and having it be this one frame is now intentional, because he could throw up a single number or two on the screen,
Yeah.
and make it so that people would follow along real easy, sort of like how you write numbers in your notebook.
What?
And makes it real easy to follow along, but I
Yeah.
feel the fact that you're just doing this auditorially is now supposed to be intentionally misleading.
Yeah, honestly, that is a good point, because, like, man, you could bring up even, like, a small box right under him, right under his little avatar face, and then just put a number, you know, plus, and then people would go, oh, no, I get it. I see what you're doing here. You're adding this, and you're adding this, and you're adding this. But no, that would make it easier. Like, he wouldn't have you, like, I part of me paused just because my brain is starting to hurt just because I just hear noise. That is all I hear.
Dude, I just let him, like, do his thing, and then I go back to eating my sandwich. I'm like, all right, you'll make a point eventually.
Yeah.
And the final scimitar strike of +4 because I lose the flurry minus for the attack penalty reduction because I'm not hunting that person. And I know it might sound a little confusing, but in order to keep track of all those numbers that have been flying around, I made a simple system. What I did is I took all of the bonuses and organized them into, I shit you not, an attack matrix. The way that I organized it was I made a grid.
What?
Yeah,
Hey, this program called Fantasygrams?
or Path Builder, or Hero Lab, or
just a sheet, dude. Like, literally anything. Like a piece of paper, right?
Yeah, well.
Like a piece of paper with a pencil. That's all you need.
Why do I need a pen and paper for my RPG?
In fairness, if an attack matrix works for him, fantastic.
Oh yeah, fair.
Like, if it works.
That's fine.
I think the existence of an attack matrix invalidates so much of what he has said so far, because he's trying to present this as before he can declare any action, he has to go through all of these mental gymnastics to figure out the number. When, like we've been saying before, it's written down. In fact, he decided to write it down in the form of a matrix. But again, he's not having to go through all of this stuff every single round, every single time he does an attack.
He's completely invalidated his own point by saying that he's made it easier for himself. Oh no. In the same video, in the same sentence. Oh no.
And on the top is which attack it is. So it's either first, second, third, or fourth. And across the side, it determines the type of attack. So if it's either dex or strength, or whether or not they're hunted or not. So we've got a strength melee attack, then agile melee, then strength versus hunted, and then agile versus hunted. So it's a 4x4 grid, and it comes out to 12 numbers. So let's say that I attack 4 times. I'm knifing someone who's my prey, and then twin take down someone with a knife and scimitar on someone who is my prey.
Keep in mind, this is only the attack portion. We haven't even got to calculating damage.
Plus 11 for strength weapon and my prey. Plus 11 again for the knife.
So
which is the third attack against my prey, and then
to be the rest of the video?
Yeah, I mean, well, like I said before, at the 17-minute mark, he has 2 giant rants. This is the first of the 2. And then, like, the last, 6 or 7 minutes is just him summing up his opinion.
Okay.
But, yeah, I think we're kind of nearing the end of this rant.
Okay,
but, yeah, he does have to go into calculating damage.
Okay. I do want to at least hear that. And then I do want to hear his summary, because, like, I need all the context just to see.
Do you guys Do you guys mind if when we get to like calculating damage, at least for like one of the damage calculations, I'd like to occasionally just kind of pause and add things up like a normal human being would,
Yeah, go for it.
and see
pause
how
it as you need.
actually complicated it is?
Pause it as you need. Absolutely.
Final Scimitar, I have a +4 strength weapon against someone who is not my prey. Couldn't be simpler. But the sad part is that the chart is actually incomplete because the Scimitar has the sweeping property, which means that if you make another attack against someone who isn't your primary target in the turn, you actually get an additional +1 on subsequent attacks to all
Just add
enemies
one.
who are not the
You
first
do.
target. So that final attack on that last guy really should have been a +5. Also, if it sounded like that might be a lot, you hold your horses because we haven't even added other status effects like Enfeebled, Bless, Guidance. And I'm just trying to keep it simple for you guys. This
You're
is
not.
our simple base attack bonus, no other modifiers added. Also, we haven't even calculated our damage yet. My Scimitar does 1d6 slashing and adds my strength to it, while the Star Knife does a d4, which while it's my dex to damage, it actually adds my strength to the damage roll. But since both of those are +1 striking, they get an additional weapon damage die. So the Scimitar is 2d6 +3 and 2d4 +3. But the Scimitar has the forceful property, meaning that it builds up momentum as it's swung. While the first swing is just a straight roll, the second swing you get a bonus to the damage equal to the damage dice of the weapon, and the third and subsequent rolls you get a damage bonus equal to double the damage dice. Since our Scimitar has 2 dice, it would get +2.
I don't understand what he said because I'm not familiar with those effects.
Yeah,
But so far,
forceful, I haven't had a whole lot of interaction with.
so far I got this. I'm just like building a grid real quick, and I
Sure.
don't even have these like columns labeled because I forgot that he's using multiple weapons.
Yeah, one's the
Because
first one
he's
for the
short
2d6
sword
damage.
and then
That's
dagger.
the Scimitar. Yeah.
Short sword does 1d6 plus strength, like in D&D, and then the striking property gives it an extra d6.
Yeah.
Dagger is 1d4 plus strength, and then plus striking gives it an extra d4.
Mhm.
And then forceful does what?
Every attack after your first one, you get a bonus to damage equal to the number of dice. So if you were doing 2d4, it would get an extra +2 to damage on your second attack. And each subsequent attack gains a circumstance bonus to damage equal to double the number of weapon damage dice. So there's 2 points here. The first is the existence of this trait is adding another layer of complexity to a specific weapon in special circumstances, being multiple attacks with it.
Yes.
I am one that I kind of like having all these traits for weapons because I want my scimitar to be different than a longsword, and
Oh, sure. Yeah.
you know, I want my weapons to have different features to them. Like if I was a player that used a star knife, like I would know that I need to add that extra +2 on that second attack damage. If that was my weapon, I think I would keep that in mind.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be
Most
so overwhelming that I
players
wouldn't be
are
able to
not so
manage it.
begrudging to like add up their damage.
Yeah.
Most players are like, woohoo, number I do go big.
Yeah, exactly. Like and like you were saying, having each of the weapons have their own traits does make it so that it feels more like your weapon, right? Like it's
Right.
it's the difference of a scimitar and a short sword, as is like the scimitar gets the sweeping, I think is what he said.
Mhm.
It gets sweeping, whereas short sword I bet doesn't at all, which is a
Right.
whole different play style, right? Like you don't get that, and in 5e you don't get that at all. Like everything is just whatever it is. Well, it's not true. You get their traits, but they are much more limited. Everything acts pretty similarly. Whether or not it's a like a one-handed, two-handed, or a one-handed, two-handed, and thrown. I think those are really the only, and ranged. Those are like it, right? Like everything kind of acts pretty similar. But yeah,
Okay.
okay.
So we got the striking and forceful.
Mm-hmm.
Guidance. I'm just trying to keep it simple for you guys. This
No, you're
is
not.
our simple base attack bonus, no other modifiers added. Also, we haven't even calculated our damage yet.
didn't
My
mean to go back
scimitar
this
does
way.
1d6 slashing and adds my strength to it, while the star knife does a d4, which while it's my dex to damage, it actually adds my strength to the damage roll. But since both of those are +1 striking, they get an additional weapon damage die. So the scimitar is 2d6 plus 3 and 2d4 plus 3. But the scimitar has the forceful property, meaning that it builds up momentum as it's swung. While the first swing is just a straight roll, the second swing you get a bonus to the damage equal to the damage dice of the weapon, and the third and subsequent rolls you get a damage bonus equal to double the damage dice. Since our scimitar has 2 dice, it would get +2 on the second roll
+4,
and +4 on the third. So it would actually
Nothing
make
on
it
the dagger.
2d6 plus 3, 2d6 plus 5. So on the first attack it would deal 2d6 plus 3 damage, 2d6 plus 5 for the second, and the third would deal 2d6 plus 7. For the star knife, it has the deadly property, meaning that it gets additional damage dice based on its deadly die. The star knife's deadly value is a d6, and we rolled the deadly
Okay,
die after we
1d6.
double damage. But if it has
Okay, so he's talking about doubling damage here. I didn't catch that it was a critical hit. But
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I
That-
don't think
that's
he ever
new to
said
me
that.
too.
Yeah.
I think for
I-
the remainder of this example, we should assume that it was a critical hit.
Okay. Yeah.
It may be possible that he's also. Well, hold on. Let's.
He might just be trying to
let's
do
check
maximum, right?
let's- Possibly,
I
but
don't know.
Well, he's trying to make the scenario that's going to require the most
The
numbers and the
most,
most
yeah,
mental
do it.
gymnastics
Yeah.
to get through.
because let's see, deadly traits. On a critical hit, the weapon adds a damage die of the listed size.
Right.
Roll this after doubling the weapon's damage. So yeah, it just means that everything else gets doubled on a critical hit, plus you add like a d6.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also just because we're piling onto the poor guy here,
Yeah.
he's now he I don't know if it was once or twice, but he said, this is just I'm making this as simple as possible.
Ugh.
This is just
Yeah,
a straight up attack with no extra special
Yeah.
modifiers. And I'm like,
We
Except
have
for,
now reached the point where that's a lie.
Yeah.
oh, right, because there was Hunter's Prey, there was
Yeah.
Twin Takedown, you had to create a whole matrix for all the stuff
You're-
that.
You're right.
This
You're
is
fully
not
buffing
a-
yourself and getting a crit and acting like this is normal.
Yes, exactly. It's yeah.
It's
no,
like
you're
it's
absolutely
like
right.
when the paladin crits, smites, and then also is under the effects of guidance. And trust me, don't get me wrong, I've done that for my paladin character, and
sure.
it feels glorious
Oh,
to
absolutely.
do. But I'm sitting there rolling dice in my hand, going, hoo, this isn't normal, but I love it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's definitely in a
Yeah.
above average. thing.
You've also now added in a scenario that you've not informed your audience of because you've done a secret crit.
Yeah, I feel like he's just trying to tell you, like, he hasn't told us that it's a crit because he's just trying to tell you about the trait itself to then, like, obfuscate that this is only when a crit happens, right?
He just said that we add on the deadly dice, which for this is a 1d6.
Yeah, he didn't say anything about
and then he added, and then we don't add that until after we double the damage.
Yep.
So like, you know what? Because I'm the type of person to get down in the muck with someone's argument, no matter how stupid it is, I'll add parentheses around everything else I've calculated and just add a little ×2 down here on the third line, because you get a third line, Ben. But because I am not so reasonable so as to not add in a little bit of salt, this third line will be labeled secret crit.
There you go. There you go.
a striking rune for the deadly die based on the magnitude of the striking rune. If it is a greater
Okay.
striking rune, you would
Yeah,
increase
greater
the
striking
damage to
rune, you
3
damaged
dice.
it to
The deadly die by 2.
3d6.
If it is a greater striking rune, you would increase the damage dice to 3. The deadly die by 2 if it is a major striking rune.
Okay, so
right.
here's my thing.
If you've
If-
slotted in a
if.
rune.
Yeah, if exactly.
Well,
like
you know what you have one
you
of those
have.
runes on your weapon, and you
Yeah.
know which one it is.
oh my god.
So you
You've
don't have
known
to worry
this
about the
rune
other
for a
ones.
while.
Yeah, I don't see why you would like. Yes, you would look up those other runes if you were like, I want to get an upgrade. I want to make sure that I know what I'm going to work towards, right? That's the only time you worry about it because you're not using those runes. That's it. Like, you're... Ay.
Okay, yeah, let's not even worry about the greater striking rune that you've not managed to actually describe to us.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah,
You don't
it is.
have that.
Yeah.
It's irrelevant.
Again,
Yeah,
if, like, no.
Yeah.
You can't...
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the crit thing. Like, if. Like, if he didn't say if, but he's just assuming it so that it's more dice. Like, it's...
Increasing its damage 4 dice would give us 3 deadly dice. But since our striking rune is just a basic striking rune, we only increase the damage by a d6. So if we crit, it would be 2d4 plus 3 times 2 plus 1d6. And that's how you do damage.
So now he mentions
now he says if you crit. Now he says it at the very end. If.
Oh, thank you, Puffin, for being very upfront with your example.
Yeah. Basic instructional design. you lay out your scenario.
Yeah.
Out your case study.
Yeah.
And then give explanation and reasoning. But yeah, you don't do it backwards.
Didn't he say his base attack bonus was 4, right? And his dex is also 4.
Yes.
So that means, all right, so I'm just going to write here a +8, and then I'm going to write a slash, and then 1d4 plus STR plus 1d4, and then I'll write here +2, +4. Cool. Hey, I now know how to do your dagger.
All
you
want
to see me do it again?
Yeah.
All right. +8. This is for your short sword. 1d6 plus STR, plus 1d6, plus 2, 4, 6. Add in a little note. Forceful. Like, cool. Hey, I now know how to do your short sword, and this took me about 10 seconds.
Yeah,
and I'm good for levels.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it until you have to refill it out. Like, that's not refill it. Sorry, change the modifiers. That's it. That's all you need to change. Like,
oh fuck.
it's baffling to me to see such a strange argument being made by Puffin. Like I don't...
This is... A lot of the videos we review is people's... It's still people's opinions. They're poorly backed up.
Yes.
And they're poorly argumented.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, it is still someone saying, wah, I don't like this. This is math, motherfucker.
Well, the other thing though,
there are numbers that state you're wrong.
The only other thing that I have to again add is this is made in such bad faith. Like, it is made to dissuade people. I'm now getting to the point where I'm certain of it. It's made to dissuade people from playing Pathfinder 2e. And I don't understand that, because again, if these are still opinions, yes, but they are factually incorrect in some cases, and like, again, all circumstantial. Like,
yeah,
it is an argument against Pathfinder 2e that is completely circumstantial. This is not like this wouldn't hold up, and it doesn't hold up to scrutiny, like we've done.
I knew plenty of people who say that they prefer 5e because it's easier to have a system where you either take advantage or disadvantage, or you double a score or you halve it. And that's simple and it's easy, and it may not be quote unquote realistic, or whatever. But
and more power to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. And if he was saying that he prefers 5e because of those reasons, it is simple, and this is a more complex and crunchier system. Great.
Yeah,
no problem.
Agree. Sure.
Thanks for being honest.
Right?
Everything he's saying to support his argument that Pathfinder is more complex is just unfounded. I mean, he could make that argument in objective and fair ways, and he's, for whatever reason, he's choosing not to.
Absolutely, I agree.
Unfortunately, he kind of rushed through conditions, which honestly would have been
Yeah, that would
biggest
have been
thing,
rather
yeah.
where he
hit, yeah.
had the most like actual clout.
Yeah,
And then he's like, "There's 48 conditions. All right, guys, moving on to this really intentionally obfuscated example of
exactly.
crit attack that I'm not going to tell you is a crit
Until the
because I
very
want
end.
you to be confused."
So stupid. It's actually stupid.
Ben, you're better than this,
You
man.
really are, my guy. Like, I, I don't, I.
I
This
saw we were reviewing Puffin Forest, and I went, hell yeah. And then I saw
Yeah.
we were reviewing Pathfinder, and I'm like, sick. And
it's just it's one of again the
and now we're
point.
here.
One of the points of the show is to show this off and hopefully have this critique so that you can make better videos. And man, I hope you've realized that this is such a strong showing of your bias that you cannot
Dude,
temper for some reason.
PF has pulled down videos from like 3 years ago
Yeah.
that he didn't like and then
We
re-released it. And
yeah.
he's like, hey, I had a video, I wasn't proud of it, I changed it, this is my opinion
We
on
quite
this now.
literally looked at the one on what was it, rules lawyering. That was the one that he
Yeah.
had reposted.
And that shows like such a quality of integrity
Yes.
and like care and devotion in what you as a channel are producing.
Exactly.
And it's this cognitive dissonance between
This-
that
the
and
antithesis,
this.
dude. Like
It's it's like when we have clearly shown that you are above this and take clearly a great deal of pride in your work. Why is
why are you like
this
this?
here? Why can't you just be normal?
It's so baffling. It's so baffling. Okay.
It's saddening.
It is saddening. You're right. That is it's 20 more fucking minutes.
I know.
What does he have left to say?
He's got one big rant after this one.
Oh,
here
God.
we go.
Some of you might wonder, what's the best strategy? What does the most damage? The Scimitar has a sweeping property, meaning that it
Scimitar.
prefers to hit multiple enemies, and the forceful trait that builds up momentum when it's used a lot
You never
more.
discussed
But
the
Star
sweeping property.
Knife-
Yeah,
You didn't mention that in your
Well, no,
damage calculation,
he
by
said-
the way.
He said
Secondly, if you're asking which one is better for damage, how about the one that does 1d6 base,
yeah, where the other one does
plus
1d4.
also gets more powerful the more times you use it?
Yeah,
That'd be a good place to start.
That's obvious. That's obvious what it is. But yeah, I think he mentioned sweeping before, like way before, but he didn't say
He
much.
did. He mentioned it when rolling to hit.
Yeah,
but
that's it. Yeah. So
uses dash. It's more likely to crit and has the deadly trait. Maybe if I start with a Scimitar when I have the highest bonus and then switch to Star Knife because it reduces the multi-attack penalty. But if I start with a Star Knife, it's more likely to crit. So the question is, what strategy is the best one? Is it better for me to give up my action to hunt prey, or should I just attack again instead? Which combination of actions deals the most damage?
Sure,
And
these
the
are fine
answer is,
questions.
I don't fucking know. Do I look like a guy who knows stuff? So
not right now, you don't,
oh
Ben.
my god.
As much as it pains me to say.
All right. So I get that it's a joke, right? Because he's like, yeah, I don't know exactly what you should do in whatever situation it is. But like that's just the thing of the video though. Like, do I look like a guy who knows stuff?
The answer to that literally comes down simply to what is the AC of what you're trying to hit. Because in Pathfinder, since you've got that plus 10 above rule and you've got a plus 8 to hit, if it is a low AC, it's better to start off with the dagger because you're really likely to crit. And if it has a high AC, go for the scimitar every single time.
Yeah, there you go. Like, and to be fair, like if he doesn't know that, then that's fine. That's fair. But it's just like it's the words of, "Do I look like a guy who knows stuff?" After all of this garbage, like. I think you know something, but I don't know if it's what you think you know. Or what you think what you're trying to tell us. Like
He's talked about working in industry in the biochemistry field, and let me tell you, biochemistry is like a cutthroat business. like you need to be smart to do anything.
Yeah.
Even though he was working on gels, which is like the most boring thing you can do in biochem.
Okay.
But like you graduated college, my dude. You
Yeah.
wrote a thesis and defended it, so
Yeah.
you clearly know how to do research. I know you know your way around Pathfinder, my guy. Uh,
It's just it's just a weird fall. Just a fall. Don't understand.
That part of this actually took me about half a day to make. Constantly going over the book to make sure that I got all of the bonuses.
you didn't.
Oh,
Even by your own video, you didn't.
dude, no, like it took you a day to make so that you can make it the most complicated process ever. So that you could read the most complicated process ever. Just so that you could try to make sure that people know that Pathfinder 2E is the most complicated game ever. Like
It's-
Oh, I've given myself
Alright,
blurry eyes,
let's
dude.
let's keep going.
Yeah.
through the rules over and over again. I would forget a bonus, forget the sweeping property or forceful or whatever, and I would have to go back and rewrite it and add up the bonuses again. And the sad part is, like, I probably left something out. Like, there might be a few mistakes in there that I just wasn't able to catch. But in the actual game, you don't have half a day to be going through making sure you got all the numbers. Like, you just kind of look at it and you go, that's
you
it's like
have
a
a
plus 8 or
notebook.
something, and I'd ignore the flurry bonus or the sweeping bonus or whatever. And it wasn't until I started having to write everything down that I just realized just how deep this rabbit hole actually goes. There's an initial slowness that can kind of be excused for kind of the system's newness. Once you start learning it, you're just figuring things out, and it's taken a while to get through. But eventually, what the game kind of settles on is what I call like a normalized operating speed, which is like this is how fast the game is going to run if you know all of the
Okay,
numbers up
that's fair.
front and you have
That's
everything maximally efficient. And it still is really sluggish, even at like the maximal operating speed. To me, I think one of the biggest culprits is the
What? Wait, no. What's his biggest culprit?
multi-attack penalty, where you have to subtract 5 from each of the subsequent attacks. From the player's side, it's not that bad, like, because you only have 3 actions. But on the DM's side, there's no quick way to roll through 15 different attacks, all with different penalties.
You've just
So
didn't we
I
just
don't
already go
believe-
and like didn't he
I don't
already
believe all enemies go on one initiative count.
First off, yes. Second off, didn't we already talk about and didn't he already admit that the system is not built for 15 enemies? Like in the
Yeah, but I mean, he could be talking about 5 enemies who do 3 attacks per turn as well.
that's even so like oh man. I don't
Dude.
Yeah, you're right.
I actually think the multiple attack penalty is a great improvement.
I also do.
Pathfinder
It makes it
Second
so
Edition.
much more streamlined. It really
Yeah.
does. You already know that it is going to be regular, -5, -10. That's it. That's all you like. That's unless it has
Unless it's an
something
actual
special,
weapon, and-
right? Unless it has something special like the knife, the knife that he has, that he has that makes it less like and whatever weapons they're using. But ultimately, you already know. And I haven't even played more than a 1-shot or 2 of Pathfinder 2E. I get a regular attack, I get a -5, I get a -10.
And bottom line, even if you're using the knife or an agile weapon,
Yeah.
well, it still boils down to you calculate it one time.
Yes.
You write it on your sheet.
Yes, absolutely.
You do not need to go through all of this rigmarole every single time you try to use it.
Absolutely.
penalties and change it up using different actions, but that just it makes it more complicated, makes it more bloated. Well, PC is complex enough for one person to handle because all the enemies have to run through using the same rules as the PCs. That's where the game starts to chug. Plus, while that calculations are not that,
Can I not make the same exact ruling for 5e? All of the monsters can do basically what the players can do.
I threw a pack of wolves at my players, and then I got confused when every single wolf but one got pack tactics, And then I remembered, oh, but wait, if I organize the wolves in a clump, then every wolf gets pack tactics. And then I had to re-roll all of the attack rolls, even the ones that hit. And like there was no change to the result because I rolled them the first time with advantage and then rolled them again with advantage. And long story short, I play League of Legends now.
Exactly.
Hard when you know what all of them are. There's a lengthy back and forth between the player and the DM trying to figure out who has which bonus and get them sorted out turn after turn. So, for example, if you're trying to add up 5 and a 7 and a 3 and a 4 and a 2, it's like if you have them all written down in front of you, it's not that hard. But there's a
No, you stay. You stay right there.
End your sentence.
End it.
That's
End
where
it.
the
Do not
period
continue.
goes. That's where it. Oh.
That's where it logically goes. Dave, were you waiting for that?
Oh gosh, it has been a journey. But
did you know? Did you know that he was going to say that, Dave? Did you?
I tell you what, the long rant causes you just to tune out after a while.
Absolutely.
But, he spent 13 minutes of his time and about
hours.
2.5 hours of our time.
Yeah, no, it's true.
To get to the point that needed to be made at the very beginning of this rant.
Which cumulatively brings the total up to just about like 8 hours.
Yeah, like
for people who are listening to this after it's been edited, we've been recording this for conservatively about 11.5 hours at this point. So,
I have not seen my wife or children in weeks. Ben has captured them and has said that I will never see them again until I review the Pathfinder video.
It's so like how does he write this down?
I guess if you add it all up and put it on your notepad, it's not too bad. It's like, yeah, it's not.
Yeah, it's not.
I did it.
How do you write that in your script and then record it and go, wait a minute?
I did this while you were in full rant. I didn't slow things down. I paused, once?
Yeah, twice, I think.
Like...
Yeah.
Well, twice was because like you wanted to go back and like listen to something, but like
yeah,
I got this down, no problem. And this is while you're trying to intentionally obfuscate it.
Yeah, and again, like I said, fucking, how do you write that in your script? Read it out, record it, and then listen back to it, and not go, wait a minute. Huh? What did I just say?
Perhaps I should have a take 2.
Or a rewrite of my script, something.
Indeed, and that comic kind of oddly bookends his whole little rant there. And so at this time, I'm going to have to say it's time for me to step away.
That's fair.
And leave you fine folks. But I want to leave all the listeners out there with two key things. There's two things to remember from all this. The first is Pathfinder 2nd Edition is nowhere near as complex as that review makes it out to be. And the second thing is it absolutely is so complex that it necessitates a wonderful YouTube channel dedicated to explaining all of the rules. And that YouTube channel is Basics4Gamers.
Yes.
So I have to give my plug
Puffin
in.
Forest, I mean.
Right? Like, yeah, no, absolutely.
If you want to have a good laugh about RPG related shenanigans, absolutely go watch Puffin Forest. I don't know if I'd recommend him for reviews.
Yeah.
But for his regular stuff, he's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, for all your Pathfinder rules needs, go check out that Basics4Gamer channel. It's pretty
absolutely.
good.
The link will be in the description. People go sub to him, go check out his stuff, please. Very cool guy. I'm glad that you've been on.
One hope. Him and like No Nat Ones are like the two channels I check out most for my Pathfinder needs.
Well, I appreciate it. It's a small community, but it's growing, and No Nat's a great guy too.
Yeah.
And Alejo, Aiden, it was real nice meeting you folks. Had a lot of
Yeah.
fun, and have fun with his next raid.
Oh, we will
look-
certainly try.
Yeah.
All right. Well, take care, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks for
Yeah,
coming
you
on,
too.
man.
See ya. He's a great guy. I like that guy.
Yeah, dude. Like, actually, I was super hyped when you said like that you had like managed to get a hold of him. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I know this channel, and he's great.
And he's great. Yeah, exactly. We can't rely on
One
him
of-
as our rock, unfortunately. Now.
Yeah, one of the god,
I know.
one of the few Puffin, like the few combinations
Mhm.
of things I never would have seen coming were a Pathfinder video
Mhm.
that I hated and a Puffin Forest video that I hated, and I have found both.
I know. All right, let's take an intermission here. I need things to drink.
Yeah, sure. I need to rip out this page from my notebook now.
So we'll be right back.
Good lord.
Welcome back. We're here.
We're here.
The ride never ends. I now have some strawberry milk.
Ew.
I like it. So
Well, you're wrong, but sure.
that's okay. It tastes like a
It is.
milkshake.
It is my opinion that strawberry milk is gross.
That's fine. Yeah, I can
Yeah,
understand
exactly. That is an opinion.
that. That is an opinion. That is one that is respectable. That is one that I can go, okay.
I disagree, but sure.
I can't really fault you for your personal tastes in strawberry and milk.
I instead raise you a can of strawberry seltzer.
Ah, there you go. Oh, okay. So
With you in spirit, but not in lactose content.
I appreciate it. it's honestly, we don't usually have like regular milk, so and yeah, so no. Okay. So before we continue, I just want to say, again, if you haven't already, go check out Basics4Gamers.
Hell yeah, dude.
He's a cool guy. I'm glad he came on. We'll hopefully get him on again, at some point.
I actually used to follow him for his Starfinder content.
Oh yeah. I was actually talking to him about that. I was like, because we were talking about doing a Starfinder thing at some point, and once that kind of comes around, I'm gonna watch his stuff to like learn about it, you know. So that, and also special little announcement thing. Next week, on the 17th, we'll be doing a live recording of the podcast. So it'll be somewhere around 8 p.m.
Maybe
Eastern, maybe 8:30.
Hopefully.
Yeah, we'll
maybe,
see.
Maybe closer to 9.
Maybe closer to 9. Maybe, yeah, we'll see how it goes. And yeah, and it'll be this, and you'll be there maybe, and we can look at your points while you also watch videos along with us. And if you don't have the time, the VOD will still be on as normal.
You can give your critiques too,
Yes.
and we will read them in the chat and pass
Yes.
them off as our own.
That's
And everyone will think we are super smart,
right. We'll notice
and that
everything.
people in chat are just copying us.
Right, exactly. Time codes mean nothing, and also that the chat message came first before we
Yeah,
read it.
Dude, are you kidding me? We'll just set the audio back for the VOD like 5 seconds.
So yeah, look out for that. It'll be fun. Hopefully, we see some of you around. But let's continue with terrible takes.
Oh, why not? You've
Just,
convinced me.
it's only 17 more minutes, and we haven't started the second rant yet, apparently. So.
Oh, can this be our one video for the night?
Oh, that was the whole plan. That was the
Good.
whole plan.
I don't know if I have another video in me.
That's what I figured. I didn't think I would either. Let's go.
conversation that goes back and forth between the player and the DM as they make sure every single number is accounted for, and that process takes a while. And in addition, some have these weird quirks, like one might go away after one attack and one bonus might only be there for one effect during the second.
That one is a fair point that can be a bit tricky to keep track of. However, both editions have it.
I was gonna say, like, a lot of RPGs have that same issue, quote unquote issue. It's not specifically Pathfinder.
I understand, yes, it is a fault that is present in Pathfinder. As such, it can be mentioned in a review. However, you cannot introduce it as if this is a problem that is exclusive to Pathfinder.
Exactly. It doesn't make any sense for you to do
an attack, and then it might diminish, where it's like first it's 5, then it's 4, then it's 3. So you're not just keeping track of what number goes where, but like, is it going to be there this turn or next turn? Is it there? Is it not? What I found was that either running this game or as a player for several months is that if we played a 4-hour session, we were spending.
That can't be true. You can't.
You mean to tell me you learned nothing about rolling your attacks and getting in that flow over the course of months?
I can't believe that. I'm sorry, I just can't.
Like, literally, the point that has been in my head was, yeah, but, like, familiarity will sort of solve those problems. And then, like, literally 10 seconds later, you say over the course of months.
Sorry, Puffin, but I can't believe that with the way that you presented your video.
No, I can believe it, given how stupid the rest of this video has been. I don't like it.
That's true. Maybe it's more that I didn't want to believe.
Yeah, it's funny. There's a quote, actually. I won't say the context of this quote to avoid spoilers. But it's in Bly Manor, where it's this guy going, "The math never added up, huh? I guess I never did the math because I didn't want it to add up."
Fair enough. Yeah, there you go.
And it's like, we're reaching that territory.
Like hour, half 2 hours dealing with these tiny calculations, and I really didn't feel like I was getting any extra value out of it from that time I was putting in. And it was actually taking up time that I felt was better spent doing other stuff. Even outside the game sessions, I felt like it was taxing on time. Whenever I would prep for a session, for my D&D games, I would spend 2 hours prepping, spending 20 minutes on calculations, and the rest on setting details and characters. But when I had to prep for my Pathfinder 2e games, I had to spend an hour and a half on just fiddling with the math and stats, which meant if I only had 2 hours to prep, then I had way less time for
fiddling with
a
map.
Stats and the math.
Oh, I thought he said the map and the stats.
No.
And I was like, what the fuck did the map do to you?
No. And again, hour and a half.
That seems kind of short, but
yeah.
whatever.
Again, like,
far be it from me to
time management is not something that we can really.
Maybe you found a way to streamline prepping for your sessions, in which case, good for you.
Yeah.
But
also, so my biggest thing is just that I can't trust that you took an hour and a half. I can't. Just because of the fact that you have misrepresented this system so badly. Just to make it seem worse than it is. So I can't, in good faith, make sure that you've been doing everything that's possible to make your prep time faster.
When you have actually lied to us, the audience, it kind of makes me assume that the rest of the video is going to be fairly malicious and intent.
And again, I wish that this wasn't the case, but I can't take it any other way just because of everything that you've presented. This is your video. You put this up.
You stand by this.
You haven't taken it down, and the only correction you made was a very minor one for a ruling. in a huge 3-minute example
Now,
about
granted,
combat.
I will say, given my example of saying that he's lied to us, what with the secret crit, um, and the sweeping thing that he only mentioned for the attack roll and then tried to mention it for the damage roll, um, is Ben is not infallible. It is possible that he meant to mention that there was a that he crit with the star knife,
Sure.
or that it may have been a slip of the tongue when he
Sure.
mentioned the sweeping. It's possible,
Possible.
especially in a video as long as this. It's a 47-minute video, and when you have a 3-minute long rant, or no, sorry, a 13-minute long rant
Yeah, that turned into 13.
about damage numbers and stuff like that, where you're just spouting out words, it can make the mind go a bit blank. God knows it just happened to me.
Yep.
Um, and as such, listening through your own video for mistakes can be rough. I
Sure.
will extend that olive branch. However,
Mm-hmm.
given that it has been not just you editing this video, because we know Blaine worked on it,
Yep.
and I would have faith enough in Blaine to assume that if he like heard something and then went, "That's a bit odd," he would probably message you about it
Yeah. The
and
only
ask
the
you,
only
"Is this intentional?"
the only basis that I can agree with you on that is that he's another human being,
Yeah,
right? Like
but
that's a.
if we were able to catch it,
Mm-hmm. To be fair,
like,
though, we are going bit by bit, pausing when we hear things, and I don't know if
and
everyone
there's no
does
reason
that.
that they can't
I know.
when
I'm
they're
not saying
editing.
I'm not saying that they can't. I'm just saying that I don't know if everyone does that because I know for a fact that some like I used to not. So, and I would just take things as in blind faith because I was a stupid person. That's
Consumerist sheep.
right, exactly. I just didn't think about things because that's just I just didn't. But and it's not the other thing is I don't know like being a friend you might not say something. I don't know. I have no reason to not assume that that Blaine would catch things and bring them up, but I also don't have a reason to say that he would definitively, right? It's it's an unfortunate situation that we're in.
Yeah, but I will say, having extended that olive branch, and I hope that that olive branch is correct, and then
Mm-hmm.
that's what actually happened.
Yeah.
However, I have to move forward with the context of that this is intentional and
Mm-hmm.
like you either didn't care to correct yourself or you just sort of blurted it out and
Yep.
didn't care about whether or not your description of the math was accurate or not because you just wanted to make a point of how complicated it was
Yep.
and didn't figure someone would put in the effort to see how complicated it wasn't. um I can only assume that you didn't care about the mistake and just kind of left it in there, and since then, this has just been an
Doing other
intentional
stuff.
tearing down of a really good system. Um,
Yeah. I
and I have to move forward under that assumption. I don't like it.
no. It's the
It
worst assumption that we have to move forward with.
it is, it brings me no joy to clown on this channel, or really most channels, but like this one especially.
Mm,
But like criticism for betterment's
mm-hmm.
sake.
Yeah. I'm not gonna like. I don't. I is there if anybody knows, I'll do some research. Well, maybe we'll talk about it next time if I can find anything. But is there anything that he said anywhere that like says that this was a mistake? Like I don't know, like anything to
there's the chance that he might have mentioned, and we'll say that I swing the scimitar and then I crit on the dagger or something, and maybe we missed it because we were talking. I don't
Could be.
think he did though, because in his own analogy, it would require him critting on all 3 attacks with the dagger.
Yep.
So he may have just misunderstood
I
what
ultimately
the
I hope
death dice is.
ultimately I hope that this is just a big misunderstanding, right? That he hasn't done this intentionally, like all this stuff. Like I know what we're seeing, and I have to believe what I'm seeing, unfortunately, and listening to. But again, it doesn't make sense to me.
Because like I hope our lens is not just miscolored, because this does seem a very far cry from his typical content, which makes me think maybe we missed something, maybe we misinterpreted something. But
But we've gone point by point, and I haven't any reason to think that we've missed something other than that one crit thing with the damage. I think that the damage section is the only place that we might have missed something.
the damage section is the one thing where I think we missed nothing, though.
Well, it's just the crit
the
part.
attack
That's
roll we might have.
Yeah, well, like in that whole big rant of both attack roll plus damage, like there might be something that we've missed. I don't know.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know. I have no idea. It just feels like insane that this is something that he can stand by.
When we review further information coming in, admittedly, yes, we're taking it in with like through the lens of this is intentional, like malicious, and misleading. Um, it can sort of color our interpretation of what he says,
Sure.
but it doesn't change the fact
And change the
that
wording.
it doesn't change the fact that every like 5 or so minutes he digs himself deeper into that hole.
Exactly. It doesn't change like exactly what he's saying. Like he's using this wording that is leading him into this position of being looked at this way. And again, I don't know. Like I said,
hope we missed something.
yeah, like I said before, even if we didn't miss anything, even if he told us that it was a goof or something, like I don't know, you know? Like it's hard.
When was this video published?
August 3rd.
Okay, it's not April Fool's.
Nope. No, I know. No, I just mean in the sense of just like I goofed in saying this stuff. Like
Maybe.
I don't know anymore.
Other stuff, kind of had to speed through it as an afterthought. I've been running D&D 5e for so long that I actually forgot that before, when I used to make homebrew games for old Pathfinder 4e 3.5, that I used to have to spend a lot of time adjusting monsters and kind of fiddling with the numbers to get them to be an appropriate challenge. And I got so used to D&D's bounded accuracy, where you just pull a monster and plan it in the story and you're 98% of the way done. I forgot that I used to spend most of my time statting things out. And that kind of leads into another problem, which is that I found when I'd run, I'd use less stuff and kind of have fewer things going on, because more things creates greater and greater overhead. And what I mean is that in a combat, I just have a few things going on. Just because there's this added complexity with how those things work, you have to be a lot more cautious with how you use them. It'd be like if there was this video game that had
I mean, so it's not a fault of the system necessarily. It's just the fault of what you can handle.
Yeah, and that is also one of those things where familiarity will breed the ability to, or once you get more familiar with the system, you'll be able to start like spreading your wings and flying a little bit.
Absolutely.
And I would hope that you're going to relate this to your point that you made earlier, that you did this for a few months.
Right, exactly. And so like unless he says that if I get more familiar, it might be easier for me to do more things, because he's only just put it as a negative right now, and I'm waiting for the but I could learn it, right? Like that's
Yeah.
what I'm waiting for. And if he doesn't say that, then it's just a negative that he's put out that again is just a negative that is not based on much.
So it actually kind of reminds me of when you said the but I could learn it. It
Yeah.
reminds me of why I don't play actual fighting games. I'll play like Smash and stuff, but I don't play Tekken, I don't play Street Fighter.
Sure.
And that is because I personally hate the idea of inputs.
Sure.
Like quarter circle back,
Really?
like
Oh.
stuff like that. Hate it. I think
Okay.
it's the stupidest thing. I don't like having to push multiple buttons to do an attack.
Okay.
That's me.
Sure. Yeah. No.
I
Weird.
recognize that I could learn it, yes, and I could get used to it, and then I could play fighting games like worthwhile. Probably wouldn't be that great at it because I would only have like X amount of experience versus years amount of experience that other people do, and experience counts for a lot in fighting games.
Yeah.
But like, I recognize that there is something that is a staple in a whole genre of games
Mhm.
that I do not like and I am not good at.
Mhm.
I could learn it, yes, but I would never have the gall to release a 47-minute long
Exactly.
video of a review of the fighting game genre. That is something I will never do,
And then
and
condemn
it is
that
yeah,
portion of it.
yeah, and be like, "Guys, FPS is better.
Yeah.
You click and shoot, bang, happen." Like, I would never do that
Right.
because I'm
Exactly.
like, "It's not for me. It's a bit more mechanically intensive
Mhm.
than I would like, and I am a baby bitch."
Yeah. Exactly. And and everybody would respect that in their
Yeah,
own way.
everyone would go, "Yeah, maybe don't be a little baby bitch,
Yeah.
but you're
Exactly.
right in not voicing an opinion that you have no basis on." And I would go, "Screw you, I'm gonna play Destiny." And then I would go back into my echo chamber of friends that go, "Man, Destiny is cool." And I would go, "Yee."
Ugh. So yeah, let's hope he says, but it's not for me, or but I could learn. It's something. Please.
I pray
Just
for it.
I don't want to press this play button, dude. Now.
Oh, I'll do it. Oh, I'm a sucker
Super
for
high
punishment.
graphics, but it chugs all the images on screen because it can't handle that many. Whereas a low poly system looks worse, but you can have way more things going on because each image has less things to worry about because each
Alright.
image takes up less
Yeah.
space. So
That's fine.
that's one advantage of having a more simple system is that you can make the fights more complicated, have a lot of enemies, have a lot of stats effects. But if each individual monster is more detailed, like a case could be made that it makes the fights more meaningful because yeah, you can fight more monsters, but if they're all generic carbon copies of similar samey stat block, then what's the point? Something else I want to talk about is the setting.
He's already moved on to the other point.
Okay. So here's the thing, right?
Uh,
You can dumb down the monsters to
Mhm.
something you're more comfortable with too, my guy.
like
Like,
you can tweak whatever the way that you need it to.
see, here's the thing.
Uh,
What I do is I have this big, beautiful special edition bestiary for Pathfinder 2e, and
mm.
like, mwah, oh, I love it. Because what I do is I open it up and I go, ooh, Gojateth, that thing looks pretty cool. And then, oh, Skittering Assault strides 3 times. Once per strike, it can attempt a leg strike against a creature in its reach at any point during the strike. And I go, that's pretty cool.
Nice.
And then I open up like I don't know what's a Remoraz or something
Okay.
in 5e, and I go, that thing's got a lot of legs. And I just like put in Skittering Assault.
Yeah.
And then I go, that's a monster.
Yep. Easy.
Or yeah, and like you can do the same thing with these guys, or you can go, I don't want to deal with Skittering Assault. It's not going to use it. Like,
Come on, Ben.
and even so, the whole poly count isn't 100% accurate
No.
because each monster, right, say you have, if you want to use polycount, sure, I'll use your brain, and we'll say that you have VRAM in your brain.
Sure.
We'll say you have 8 GB, because I still have a decent amount of respect for you, and I won't say you have 2.
Yes, exactly.
So you have 8 GB. You can spend that 8 GB on 8 1 GB enemies that are kind of meh, right? Like you would do in 5e, and then you overclock it a little bit, and so that each enemy is about 1.1, and you're currently at about 8.8, and it's a little bit of a stretch, but it kind of works, and it's pretty cool. You can then take each of these Pathfinder enemies, which are about 2 GB apiece, right? And you think, okay, well, that's 4 enemies, but like if you overclock it, right, you can add a 5th enemy too. And then like it's either 8 kind of cool-ish jobber enemies or 5 fucking badass ones. Which one's going to be more memorable?
It depends on the combat, to be fair. Depends on the
Exactly.
players.
It's almost like it's independent of system.
Yep.
It's almost like that's what the whole point is.
Yep. No, exactly. It's just alright.
While D&D tends to be more setting ambivalent, with multiple multiverses represented in the playbook, the Pathfinder game is much more strongly tied to Galarian, with a small primer on the setting in the core rulebook, giving players access to different locations to help them better shape their sense of the character and the world. One of the interesting features about the setting is that they made all of the older adventure paths canon, and that's very unusual for me, coming off of D&D, because we often make a joke in D&D that it's like, none of the major NPCs die, or ever will die. Spoilers, but there's never going to be an adventure where you kill Strahd, Asirak, Valendra. There's always gotta be some kind of an out for them to keep them in the story. But I mean, from their position, it's kind of like Harry.
I have no idea, because a lot of people have run those, and I've seen people run some things, and they kill the guy.
Yeah,
So
I mean, technically speaking, we didn't kill Strahd, but
technically speaking, yeah.
One would dare say he got off worse.
Yeah, I think
In fact, I'm pretty confident about that.
Yeah, I guess it's not canon that they die, but that's fine.
Well, yeah, because the adventurer party themselves isn't canon.
Yeah, the only canon is like what's in their books, I guess.
Yeah, the only canon is the state of the world at session 1.
Yeah, like, and I not just because Pathfinder is more tied to Galarian does not mean that I can't make a personal setting.
Well, yeah, but I do agree with Puffin Forest on this one that if it is to be a review of editions, we must review world settings. Clearly, yes, you can make custom settings for each, but that lies outside the scope of what we're here to discuss.
Yes.
And part of the content of the edition and the book is how well integrated is the world versus or sorry, how well integrated is the world.
Yeah, the other well then my question is this comparative to one book or all of
Yeah,
the
yeah, all the
books?
supplemental material like
Yeah.
Ravnica and Mordenkainen's.
Yeah.
I assume yes,
Oh.
which is also unfair to 2E given that it
Yeah.
just came out.
Because, like, if you're gonna do just core books with, like, DMG, PHB, and Monster Manual, like,
Yeah.
yeah?
There's nothing about the Blood Wars.
No, there
There's
isn't.
nothing about the Gith Yankee versus the Gith
So I
Zerai.
would
There's nothing
agree.
about
So
Hags.
I would agree that in 2E compared to those 3 books that there is more of a staple of the world. But if I then look at Mordenkainen's, Blood
Yeah.
War is there, and I'm like, oh, and it's got a lot more stuff about how dwarves are and like all that kind of
Or
stuff.
Volos, which
Right.
describes like Knoll culture.
So many things, like so.
Granted, you could instead go off of page count.
Good, I guess, yeah.
Because like the Pathfinder PHB is as big as like
No, I know it's like 600, almost 700 pages, right?
yeah, it's like nearly as big as PHB and DMG put together.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm trying to figure out what we're comparing, I guess, because if you're comparing all of D&D to this book,
Relatively
Pathfinder,
new system.
right? Like I'm like, okay, yes, but then you're ignoring that all of the books give all of the information for all of the settings. Hell, have you read Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide? That thing is front-loaded with all of the Sword Coast.
And, you know, Icewind Dale.
Yeah. Mythos, or Mythic of Theros, or whatever. Myth something.
Oh yeah, I learned
No one-
that existed
Yep.
last night.
Don't worry, no one remembers that. They're literally reprinting that, a lot of things from that into Tasha's because of that. 'Cause
Yeah,
that and
I
Icewind,
was
like,
I was
nobody
like,
cares.
oh, but Icewind is so cool.
Nobody cares about
And-
Icewind.
and-
It did not sell.
It just came out.
I know. It's not selling.
Fuck, dude, I nearly bought a copy.
Yeah. Nearly. Huh.
Well, it's because we are also in the forbidden times.
Yeah, well,
So money.
yeah. It's like, so, again, I'm trying to figure out what we're comparing, because if we're only going off of the 3 core, then yes, but if we're including supplements, then it has a hell of a lot for you to look at.
We're only going off of whatever sheds Pathfinder in the worst light, dude.
Fuck.
Harry Potter without Voldemort. If there was a Harry Potter setting, everyone wants to fight Voldemort because
Do
he's
they?
awesome. No one wants to fight Joe
Awesome.
Nobody, evil wizard with whatever evil plan is. No one cares.
What if it's a really cool evil plan?
Bold assumption, dude.
Yeah, come on.
I think Voldemort's pretty played out, actually.
Yeah, I'm so sick of Voldemort and Death Eaters. God, just...
Every edgy girl in my high school thought she was a Death Eater, and I'm like, shut up.
So...
Shut up. I don't care about your green eye makeup.
I used to be into Harry Potter a lot more when I was in high school and before, because it was a good book series. And then the movies
you
came
were a
out, and I was
child.
like, yeah, and then the movies came out, and I was like, these are fun. And then it got more and more, and everyone got obsessed, and fucking it. Even these days, sometimes my friends will go, hey, what house are you? And I'm like, I don't know.
Fucking
I
muggle,
don't-
shut up.
I don't care. Like, I'm glad you like it, and I'm not gonna say this to your face, but stop.
I have tried saying any one of the 4 houses to like just be like, oh, Gryffindor, and keep on
Yep.
walking.
Yep.
And they always want to debate it, and they're like, well,
Jesus
you see, like,
Christ.
well, you're definitely Gryffindor in like these aspects,
these-
but in
yep,
these
but
aspects
you're
you're
a
a bit of a
Ravenclaw.
Slytherin, and in this one you're a bit of a Ravenclaw, and in
Yep.
this, but like you definitely value your friends. So like, I think you're a bit of a Hufflepuff, but with aspects of Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and
Yep.
Gryffindor. And I'm
Just
like
okay.
so I found the only way to win is to not play, and when they ask you what house you're, is just go Muggle, and then keep walking.
Okay, alright.
And then say, would you not like Harry Potter? And that's a bait question. Don't answer it.
Yeah,
Don't say yes. Don't say no.
okay.
Just keep walking.
Oh, anyway, this tangent of Harry Potter. Why are you...
It's less painful than this.
It's actually not a tangent. He brought it up. I've just realized. I forgot
Oh my god,
was,
you're right.
that was in the video. Wait. Oh, I'm losing my mind.
But the problem is that because people like these characters and the storylines, they try not to write them off. Galarian doesn't have this problem. They kill their villains all the time. You
Okay,
go
cool.
out, you kill them,
Sick.
that's the end of it. It led to a very weird situation. New edition, new game. I decided I want to run a homebrew game in Galarian. So I got a new world guide and I started reading it. It kind of has the same problem that Lord of the Rings has. If you're going to play Lord of the Rings, when would you set it? The third age is when you have the War of the Ring, Sauron and Saruman are
I'll set
going
it
across
then.
the countryside claiming lands, the elves are journeying west to the
Have
Grey
this
Havens.
problem with Elder
There's a
Scrolls
lot
in
of
5e.
drama and conflict, but that setting is so narratively tied to the ring that it's hard to imagine affecting that story at all by the stuff
Yep.
that the players are doing. Whereas if you set in the future, during the Fourth Age after the fall of Sauron, with Aragorn on the throne, it's this open, fertile field, because that story hasn't been...
Hell, second age. Do it then. Hell, first age. Hell, just do it anytime. Hell, now that I'm thinking about it, even in the third age.
Dude,
you
Dude,
can-
first age would actually be sick as hell because
Yeah.
there's giant kaiju roaming the land.
like fucking hell, if you do it in the third age, you do it as a smaller story in a different part of Middle
Yeah.
Earth. Like hell, do it in where the guys, the humans who fight alongside Sauron, where are they from?
Are you talking about Rohan?
No.
Mordor?
No.
Not Mordor, Gondor?
No, fight alongside Sauron. The
Oh,
Easterlings
alongside
or
Saruman.
something?
Yeah, the men from the east.
Yeah. Do it from there. I don't know. Like, you got so many.
Yeah, have a pirate campaign.
Yeah, dude. You could do whatever, dude. Like, it doesn't have to affect. Like, it could be affected by the events of the ring and
Yeah, dude.
its whole saga, but you don't have to affect that.
Yeah, I'm running a 5e campaign set in the Elder Scrolls universe, and I have the issue of trying to select what era to set it in. Do I set it in the fourth era after the Oblivion? 2 years after the Oblivion Crisis? What's the world like? I don't know. We only talk about what it's like in the Oblivion Crisis during the games. Do I set it in the third era where there are dragons? Well, where do dragons exist in the third era? A lot of reports are very inconclusive. Like, dude, come on, you can do this for literally any setting.
Yeah.
The answer is you never set your game at the same exact time as the movie,
Yes.
or you could, but then have it be very far away from the movie.
Yeah.
Or hell, maybe they're in Rohan when like Merry and Pippin happen to be there,
Ooh.
and like they see Merry and Pippin real quick, and then Merry and Pippin are like, "Okay, we're off doing our own thing. Bye."
Bye.
And then you're there going, "Oh shit! Hey, there's this worm tongue fucker."
Yeah.
Like, dude, it's
There's so many possibilities for any setting. You can do anything if you just try.
purple worm nests out of molehills.
told yet, but a lot of the major problems have been resolved. Saruman's gone.
Make new ones.
The Balrog's dead.
Yeah.
Shelob might be dead. Sauron's been defeated. He's no
Shelob
longer...
had babies.
Sheila did have babies, but also just because the one evil is gone does not mean that more evil does not exist. Like,
Yeah.
what is okay? This isn't.
All right,
threat.
hold on. No.
Yeah,
I need to go back just a bit.
Please.
That may have been too much.
Oops, sorry.
The elves are journeying west to the Grey Havens.
Okay.
There's a lot
gonna
of
come up
drama
with
and
a new
conflict, but
problem
that setting is so
for each of
narratively tied
these.
to the ring that it's hard to imagine affecting that story at all by the stuff that the players are doing. Whereas if you set in the future, during the Fourth Age after the fall of Sauron, with Aragorn on the throne, it's this open, fertile field.
There's a
'cause
coup.
that story hasn't been told yet. But a lot of the major problems
Yeah,
have been
it hasn't been told yet. You tell it. That's what you do, storyteller.
resolved. Saruman's gone.
Saruman found an escape. He went off to the western lands, and
You
he's
don't
making
even-
his way back.
You don't even need
the-
Saruman. You don't even need him at all. You can have followers of Saruman. You can have people who go to Isengard and go to try to resurrect the production of orcs, like or Uruks, and like You don't need
Or-
to Deus Ex Machina Saruman
hell-
back, you know?
Hell, dude, even if he's not, he could still be in his tower, slowly corrupting Aragorn's mind.
No,
Like,
like
okay, okay, hold on. What was the next one?
Balrog's dead.
Balrog said, dude, a Balrog is a species.
it's a single thing. like-
There is not one Balrog.
Yeah.
He says, a Balrog, a
Yes.
demon
He
from
knows-
the underworld.
He knows about it because there are more than these things, and they've been like written about and countered, quote unquote, right? Like,
Yeah. What do we got next?
Shelob might be dead.
Okay, babies.
Sauron's been defeated. He's
Cultists.
no
Right.
longer a threat. Sauron's not in the picture anymore. The orcs are
Cultists.
scattered. There's almost no villains
orcs
to use.
orcs being
Aragorn-
scattered means nothing, dude. They made a game called Shadow of War where literally you take control of the orcs and you become the bad, but also you're not the bad later, but you are the bad. But don't worry about it because you're fighting the bad now. Like,
With the bad.
with the bad, like, and guess what? They're orcs. They all have war chiefs. They could be vying for power, doing the thing that orcs do.
Yeah, maybe that people have encountered orc bands are getting larger and larger, and they've been
Yeah.
noticing that survivors from some villages have noticed that some banners, instead of being like a skull with a red line through it, it's the banner is almost like two banners have been fused into one. So on one half there's a skull with a red line, and on the other half there's a picture of a rat skeleton with a blue line, or I
Sure.
don't know, something.
Yeah, anything.
Like, and then people go, oh shit, orcs are banding together into these huge war bands, and like you're going around and you're trying to gather up smaller war bands to throw at the big war band.
Yeah.
Like, dude,
Just put
you
in the
don't
effort.
need a villain put into your hands.
Just put in the effort and create something. Make a story. Like, that's coming from somebody who rarely makes a story and just puts an open world in front of people. But, like, I understand that I could make a story out of something and make it the overarching plot. Like, that's...
Hell, dude, Pathfinder, if anything, is giving you more means to create a story.
Yeah.
Those 48 conditions that, like, you say you hate, like, look through them and go, hey, what if I make an enemy that's based around deafening the players?
Ooh, yeah, okay.
Like, what if it, like, lives in the Underdark, where people are already going to have the blinded condition? And then, like, what happens when I toss in the deafened condition and also maybe a roper or two?
Yeah.
Like,
Something. You can just do
Dude.
something. Just do something, Ben!
you're
I'm getting
literally
so
pulling
tired.
the "I've tried nothing and I'm all out of ideas"
Yeah.
approach.
I'm so tired.
And I respect your intelligence too much to allow you to do that.
Yes, please. Fucking hell.
He's a good king, so it's not like he's going to suddenly turn evil on the party and be a threat. And
Why
if there were
not?
Make a reason.
Like, you don't have to. Maybe, again, coup. Maybe other people are taking his orders and twisting them in such a way that they are
Yeah.
like way worse than what he intended.
Maybe his kingdom has grown and prospered and flourished under his reign because Aragorn is excellent and so good at everything. And then now on the outer reaches of his reign, where there are people who sort of like sub-rulers over various like duchies and stuff like that, who are corrupt and are overtaxing the people, and the people
Yeah.
think that this is all Aragorn and a war is about to brew.
Or hell, like, some of the other fucking men are now getting jealous and want power, and now they're starting to, build up armies to fight for Minas Tirith, because it's the seat of power.
Maybe some of the rings of the Witch Kings have made it into circulation.
Yeah.
And people have started to grow corrupt and like slowly morph into the Witch Kings. Like,
All the Nazgul. Just We're throwing these ideas at you, my man. And I know this isn't, you're not running a Middle Earth thing, but the same thing can
But
apply.
neither am I, and I can come up with
Yeah,
this.
exactly. Like, come on, man.
I didn't know we were
Right,
going
all
to
these
talk
good-
about Lord of the Rings tonight,
I'm
but
I'm always for it, but
I'm
like,
here for it.
yeah, I'm still just so tired.
Characters such as Aragorn want to help them out. Like, that world is a lot more peaceful, quiet, and then there's not a whole lot going on.
Is it?
It's a very fairy tale ending, but that doesn't really invite narrative.
For Frodo.
Yeah. Well,
Life goes on for other people, my guy.
yeah, I don't know. So Frodo left because, like, he couldn't handle that shit because everything was going on again as normal. And he
Yeah.
couldn't fucking handle it. Like, that's why he's gone. That's why it's a fairy tale ending for him, because he went with the elves,
Dude,
because they went to go
They
and
go
fucking-
to the Forgotten Lands and they
Yeah.
find that it is burnt down.
yeah, like, you could do...
Hell, dude, you're worried about having your setting at the same time as the other players, like, or sorry, you're worried about having your setting take place during a time in which the main characters are like doing stuff, because the main characters will be like super big and super awesome, but like, dude, Frodo's a hobbit, he dies just as easily as anyone else.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And like, fuck, dude, I'd be super down to get talk about a setting where like we are sailing into the Forgotten Lands and we show up and it is black and it looks like Mordor and everything's on fire and
Ooh.
those men of the East ships are
Yeah.
there and they're loading people onto slave barges.
Hell yeah.
Like, brah.
Anything. Anything.
Like, if you don't think I'm scribbling this down, then might keep that idea for myself.
Narrative. You would either have to resurrect a dead villain or make a new one. And
Oh
at that
my
point,
god,
you're
those
just
aren't the only two options. Like,
No, he said you'd either have to resurrect an old villain or make a new one.
oh, okay. All right. Sorry. I thought never mind.
Or you'd have to do some kind of alternate timeline where like Sauron killed Frodo and stole
What?
the ring, but it'd be hard to use the setting as is. You'd have to make
Could,
some
I
modifications
guess.
for it to make it workable. Bringing the analogy back to Galarian, I wanted to play in the new setting using the world guide, and I decided to set it in the Saga lands because in the lore it kind of had this Skyrim-esque setting with these tundras in the north,
Sure.
dense forests, harsh environments, nomadic tribes, and a lot of political intrigue because of the Cheliacs were trying to move in. The setting for the first edition Inner Sea Guide starts around 4711, and then 8 years pass between that and the new edition, and between those 8 years, adventurers scoured across the region like tiny ants, and every single major problem in the region gets resolved. I mean, Galarian has been played in for over a decade, so it kind of needed an update.
So then make another one.
No,
This is
but
my
he's
assumption.
saying you have to use it as is. You have to use an enemy
Stop.
and an intrigue that is given to you.
No. You don't.
And like, my favorite part, right, is he's like, I want to run a setting here because it has a lot of cool stuff. And then he checks out the edition and he sees it no longer has cool stuff in this edition. And then he goes, oh man, now I can't run something in this setting, completely forgetting that he has a whole edition that contains cool stuff.
Yeah, right, like, just...
Like, move it! Move
You
it!
can quite literally just be the same time, but in this system now. Like, there's nothing, like...
Did this video come out before Fall of Plaguestone?
I don't... August 3rd of this year. I don't know.
So I believe that's before it.
Okay.
Because now all I can think of, right, is you very much are going like, well, D&D has wait, hold on, Fall of Plaguestone, August 2019.
Before... that came before than this.
First product in the Pathfinder adventure line supporting Pathfinder 2nd edition.
Okay. I don't know much about Fall of Plaguestone.
I know it is a module, and I know that it has its own story and location and enemies and NPCs.
Oh.
Or
So you're telling me that he should be using a module?
What about the slithering? Or what about that one where it's your town guards and a serial killer is coming to town at a festival?
What? That sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Oh my god, I'm awake. Hello.
Brogan reviewed it. Pathfinder
Oh, he did?
Adventure. I think it was something watch.
Oh shit. Okay, I'll go come
Guards
through.
of uh, hold on. Pathfinder Adventure Town Guards Festival Serial Killer.
That'll get you it.
Yeah. Agents of Edgewatch.
That sounds
Um,
awesome.
Amid the hustle and bustle of the world-famous Centennial Radiant Festival, the guards of the so-called Edgewatch precinct must take down Absalom's sickest serial killers, brashest bank robbers, and cruelest criminal masterminds in order to
Dude.
ensure the festival's success and the safety of Absalom's citizens. After a string of seemingly unrelated crimes is revealed as part of a much larger criminal plot, the members of one select squad find themselves at the center of things and must put their badges on the line to prevent the city from falling into chaos.
Yes.
By the end of this 6-part monthly adventure path, there's just one group that can lay down the law and save Absalom, the Agents of Edgewatch.
Oh, that sounds fucking fun.
Yeah, dude. The books for it are Devil at Dreaming Palace, 60 Feet Under, All or Nothing, Assault on Hunting Lodge 7, Belly of the Black Whale, and Ruins of the Radiant Siege.
Dude. Oh man, I kind of want to play.
Ever since I heard about a module where you are the town guards, I was like, yo,
dude,
I'm
in.
about it.
Yeah, I'm in 100%.
So like you got that, Ben.
Hey. Maybe
you've got Fall of Plaguestone, which is essentially like the Skaven.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Like you also have your brain. I don't want to like
as labored as it is
like,
by math.
I'm sorry, but you have come up with ideas for campaigns. Literally, you have. You make videos about this. You make videos about these misadventures. You have the ability.
Clearly, making games is your norm.
Please use your abilities. Like, don't complain that you can't do it just because of one or two things that do not affect your brain.
But I think
hell, it might affect your brain to that extent. I don't know. I really doubt though that it makes it so you lose every creative muscle in your brain.
Like, in fairness, like maybe he's busy with work.
That's fine.
Or something.
That's fine. You can still like it doesn't mean you can't have ideas and write them down for later and then expound upon them later. You know, like I'm just disappointed, that's all.
Yeah, no.
I think if they were just reprinting the old adventure paths in 2nd edition, Pathfinder 1st edition fans would probably not have been that happy, but it puts me in a really weird situation as a DM because there's all these narratives tied to these areas that I can't really use. And once I start having to rewrite major sections, it just starts to make more sense for me to make up my own map. Here's an example. So within the Saga rounds, in Varisa, you've got this major villain, Karzug, and the Rune Lord, who are awakening from hundreds of years of slumber, and he's using this crystal to modify the timeline. Oh, that sounds really cool. And it's this great story, really epic, but in the new Pathfinder, he's dead. And all the other Rune Lords are dead. Adventurers killed him. Then you
stop. Please.
The World Wound. It's a section where there's a rift that leads down into the abyss. And there you have demons that have been pouring out through it. And it's closed. There's an adventure where you can go off and solve the problem, and another group of heroes came through, and they closed the world.
Why can't it be our group of heroes?
Problem.
Just, yeah, it's so easy to just go, let's do it then.
Yeah, dude,
I how is this escaping him? I don't, just because the setting is taking place after those events does not mean that you can recreate those events.
My guy, like, I've had people look at running Curse of Strahd, right?
Yeah.
Before you say, oh, but Strahd is alive. They were looking at the 3.5 one
Yeah.
and going, I can upscale this. And I guarantee you, Ben, they have way less experience than you.
Like,
It's not that hard to add +2 AC, +10 health.
yeah. Like,
There you go.
oh, man, come on. Just anything, please.
You are not an adventurers league. You do not need to be canonical.
Yeah.
And then you got some other cool regions, like Irisen. In the north, you've got the White Queen, who's causing the land to be an eternal winter.
Stop.
And then Last Adventure, a group of heroes travel to, this is actually
Stop.
canon, Soviet.
Hey, so you know what? I wanted to play Dark Souls 1 the other day, but then I saw that Dark Souls 3 existed, which means canonically Dark Souls 1 happened, so I can't play it.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Like, hey, actually, like Star Wars.
Okay, where are you taking this? Oh, don't you start on me too. Right now, you're kind of my rock.
That's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
Because you understand. Yeah, I don't need to say more.
I know I kind of need you to.
Oh, okay. So like when Anakin he became Darth Vader, and like the Empire is now a thing.
Uh-huh.
Well, now we can't look at.
Yeah, can't watch the old one.
Can't watch the old ones at all. Apparently.
Yep.
Because no, we can't watch. Sorry, no, we can't watch 1, 2, and 3 because 4, 5, and 6 happened.
Yeah.
But wait, no, we can't watch those because 7,
7,
8, and 9 happened.
Well, see, though,
Mm.
you say that, but to your counterpoint, I raise you Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm.
And Game of Thrones Season 8 happened,
Mm-hmm.
and I went back and I tried to watch Season 1, and I couldn't.
I mean, fair.
I couldn't.
I mean, fair.
I tried it, and I'm like, I can't stand to see these characters built up again.
Just for them to be torn the fuck down.
It's it's like getting like a wound and it starts to heal over,
Yep.
and then someone puts their thumb on like either side of the wound and
Yep.
starts to pull it apart and goes, "Huh? You want to see it happen again?" And you go, "No, please."
No, please. It's just like, come on. Can we not use this logic? Because this logic doesn't make sense. It is not.
We've gone from intentionally like obfuscating data to being intentionally obtuse.
Come on, man. Stop.
And like, man, you know what? At this point, kick feet up. I'm here for it.
There's only 10 minutes left.
Yeah, and it'll take us a half an hour.
I know. That's generous.
It depends
Soviet
on
Russia,
what other
in the early
rants.
1900s, and try and rescue Baba Yaga from Rasputin. Yes, that Rasputin. But in the New World, she's gone. A group of adventurers already went on the quest and ousted her, and there's a new benevolent queen on the throne, and the region's kind of doesn't need heroes now. So I had this problem where the world book right now will go into several paragraphs describing this ongoing conflict or a problem, and I'm like, whoa, cool, I can't wait for the players to get to that. And then some adventurers fixed it, and now it's not a problem. So you're just reading about how all these other adventuring parties just solved all these problems. But
Whatever.
I
don't even care that he's not said anything that we've not already talked about.
No, it's just, I need to say it one more time. Just because everything's been solved in the past does not mean that new problems aren't going to arise. Conflict is a thing.
No, Alejo, you don't understand. The Civil War happened. Racism is no more.
Right? Like, conflict is a thing that is just always going to happen.
I
For
opened up the 1846 book to run a campaign in, and there was like all of these wars going on, and Russia was like like expanding, and it was really cool. And then I opened up the 2020 book, and I saw that all of those 1846 problems had been solved. And then there's like something about like a disease or
something
something.
about that, yeah.
And whatever.
As DM, it's like, what am I gonna do? The new world book kind of doesn't lend itself to homebrew, and so I was like thinking to myself,
Doesn't
what
it?
if
Oh,
I
Stop.
just
shut up!
Stop.
Shut up!
Stop.
It doesn't lend itself to homebrew.
How does a whole setting with all this stuff that's already history, rich history, lore, everything you can think of for a setting, how is that not able to be used to create homebrew stories?
Well, you know, Alejo,
Ah.
a story only happens about once every 600 years.
Oh, fuck, you're right. It's only been 8. That's stupid. That's fucking
Dude,
stupid.
there are some problems that take more than 8 years to solve.
I don't. There are problems. I'm going to bet that there are problems that were not written about.
It's almost like it's a core rule book and not an adventuring module. You know, it's funny. I don't recall seeing any single adventures in the player's handbook for 5e.
What? What do you mean?
I don't know. It's Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Wasn't that in the player's handbook? Oh wait, Icewind Dale. Yeah, that was in the player's handbook.
Oh, right. And so was Horde of the Dragon Queen, I think.
Yep. And let's not forget pages 395 to 423, Waterdeep.
Oh, yes, yep. Like, okay.
Do you see the problem, Ben?
So, I understand that your point originally was because it just gives you the guidelines of how to make things, it's easier for you to make things. Doesn't mean that you still can't make things through the fucking Pathfinder 2e. Like, it gives you so much information for you to then use.
The purpose of the Pathfinder 2e core rulebook is essentially it is your programming language and says, here you go. And then you are complaining that the code doesn't write itself. All right, you took a class about how to code in Python, and you're complaining that you didn't get software.
Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, all right. I'm getting there.
Just turn the clock back just a teensy-wincy bit, like 5 or 6 years, and unresolve some of those problems, or just pretend like these other adventuring parties don't exist.
Oh my
God,
God,
still
you
use
could.
the new map and everything.
Yeah,
but
these
just
nameless
pretend
adventurers.
Like a lot of these conflicts are still active. Even trying to do that, I still ended up not being able to use the new world map because there would be these locations and places that don't exist in the timeline.
Change
like
it.
The Parisia map. There's a country called New Thessalonia, and it was created because the Thessalonians were waking up from their slumber and
use the old map
and created their own country. Well, if we're rewinding time, in order to have a new Thessalonia, you need to have Thessalonians. And so it now creates kind of a thing where it's like, okay, I can't use this new map because there are these countries that don't exist yet. So I'm like, okay, we can
explain to your players that you are using an adventure that is an older adventure that is taking place before Thessalonia. It's all you need to do.
It's almost like that's not the system. Dude, Ben, I'm gonna blow your fucking mind, right? You can run Dungeon of the Mad Mage with Pathfinder 2e.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know. Like, you are sitting on the floor because you just got blasted out of your chair.
Some fucking heresy right there.
But you can do it, my guy. You can change some things where it's like, well, this right here requires a perception check that is done this way, and you will have to do a modicum of fuckery.
Yeah.
I will say that, yes. But, like, you can stalk the dungeon with these different enemies, right? From Pathfinder 2e.
Yeah.
You can say, oh, well, when they're balancing across this lock, they have to make log rather. They have to make a balance check, and like you just put in the closest equivalent of Pathfinder 2e.
This video has 10k likes and 618 dislikes.
To be fair, for Puffin Forest, that's a pretty big dislike ratio.
Yeah, but it should be bigger.
Oh no, it should be bigger, but
And I'm adding to it.
yeah, I may.
Well, it's just because
If
I
I
have it
can-
open on my other window right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna be hard for me to
Yeah.
muster up the energy to
No,
care
that's
enough
fine.
to dislike it.
Fine. Come on, man. This is your worst video. Hands down. Like, that I've seen.
Use this map to pretend like this country and these cities don't exist. And then I thought, hang on, why am I using a Pathfinder 2nd edition map if I'm just going to be rewinding the clock? So after that, I pulled up Pathfinder's 1st edition
Oh,
map
thank
to
God.
use in Varesia. Then I was like, wait, if I'm just going to be using a Pathfinder 1st edition map,
No,
why
don't
don't
you
I
say
just
it.
use a 1st
Don't you
edition
say it.
Pathfinder adventure path and convert it to
Okay.
2nd edition?
Okay,
So I
yep.
got myself a 1st edition Pathfinder adventure path, but then when I realized that it was going to be a hellacious uphill battle to convert it over to 2nd edition because they're both
How-
very, very complicated games, I was finally like,
You're on the cusp of greatness.
I was so excited, Ben. I was so excited. I was literally, like, my hands were on my knees, and I was pushing myself up, and I was tense and ready for you to start saying that you were going to work for it. And, like, I just... You gotta do it to me like that, huh? You gotta do it to me like that. Oh.
And Ben says he can't make a story. I never saw that twist coming.
Like, it's not that dissimilar to 1E. It's really not.
To be fair, there is a significant amount of differences.
I still,
Like,
I think there is.
having looked at 1E, it is fairly different.
I-
It's not impossible.
Yeah, no,
But
I
like
think there's.
converting from 5E to 2E is like pretty easy, and converting from 1E to 2E would be a bit more work.
I guess it's like converting 3.5 to 5E. So yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Um,
So like,
but still, it just more work
it's
doesn't mean.
still not impossible.
Yeah,
But sure.
If it's something that you
It's-
didn't want to put your time and effort into, then fine.
I would barely even classify it as difficult.
Yeah.
It's in fact super easy, barely an inconvenience. But like,
I was gonna say they're similar enough that it's probably not as complex as he's making it sound, because he thinks that this is so complex that he can barely run it. So
I am not familiar enough with Pathfinder 1E to
like a few
make
games.
objective claims.
No, yeah, that's
But
why I
I
think it's similar.
I've skimmed through the rules like briefly,
Hmm.
and with my tenuous knowledge of 1E and my tenuous knowledge of 2E, I believe you can convert it fairly well.
I think it's
It'll
quite
be a bit
easy,
slow, at least at first, until you hit your stride. But like,
Please. If you're out there and you've done this, please tell us, because I would love to know, actually.
I would think on average you would add about a half an hour to your prep time. So
Sure.
instead of 2 hours, it'd go to 2.5 hours.
This is the other thing, though. If you really want to do it, wouldn't you, like, try to do it all at once? Not, like, all at once, but, like, over the course of, like...
a few major chunks.
Yeah, before you even think about running it.
Yeah, tell your players, hey, I've got an idea for this. Give me a few weeks, and they say cool. And then like they run a few one-shots or something while you're doing this.
And that's all up to you and your motivation, not the system necessarily.
Like, dude, all right, I'm super busy with school this semester. And like I've told my players, hey, I'm not going to be able to do writing for D&D because I'm literally doing things 7 days a week. And the last day I had off was when I called in sick to work. So like, and they're like, okay, we'll play the Paladins campaign, and then that's what we've been doing for the last few months.
Yeah, no, fair. That makes total sense.
That's not a problem with 5e.
No. It's quite literally just time management, that's all.
Like, screw it, I'm doing homebrew, and was thinking, couldn't I just have it be like an island off the coast of Golarion, like in the ocean somewhere? But then I just decided, why am I doing it in Golarion at all if I'm not going to be using the world? And then I just went to total homebrew. And that's how I went from 0% homebrew, inching my way up all the way to 100% homebrew as I slowly had to dial back my expectations. From the player's perspective, it was really weird. The first week I was like, okay, you guys, we're going to be playing in Lost Omens, World Guide in Golarion. I typed out primers for you to get caught up on the world lore. Oh, this is so exciting. And then a week later, I was like, never mind, fuck it. Ignore the primers. We're still going to be playing in Golarion, but in an altered timeline, huh? And then a week later, we're going to be playing in a very specific section of Golarion where certain regions may or may not exist. 2 days later saying, we're going
like
to be using
you improperly set up expectations.
Yeah.
Sounds like you probably should have had this all nailed before session 0.
Yeah, of course your players thought it was weird when you changed it mid-session every session.
Yeah.
So.
Shocker.
Yeah.
But you're right, Ben, that's Pathfinder's fault.
Right? Like, why? This is all just to say that it's hard to homebrew. And this is all to say that Pathfinder's system makes it harder to homebrew, which I do not agree with at all.
A Pathfinder edition map with a few homebrew rules. Dude, screw Pathfinder first edition map. We're going to be playing at a custom map, but it's an island off the coast of the inner sea.
Hold on. All right. Hey, Ben, I've got something cooler for you, right? If you wanted to stop at like 15% homebrew, we're using the same map, except I have added a city or two, and I've added a villain and a campaign, and he's talking to these people who are well-defined in this primer I gave you.
Oh.
And these people here that are also mentioned in the lore and are at this city that started in the base don't think that's very cool. You all are starting in this city that I have made. And there are cities around here, and this is basically what's going on. Your net homebrew is one villain and how he's affecting the world.
A couple of towns.
And one city. Maybe not even a new city.
Maybe just people in the city.
Yeah. Or do you need the city fully stocked with NPCs too? Because that's homebrew.
That's like okay.
It's not an adventure module, dude. Look at the cover.
Yeah,
We're not playing in Golarion. I am excited to see what new adventures are coming down the pipe for that world, because right now, there's not a whole lot for the DM to use in Golarion. The crafting turned out to be not as useful as we thought it was. The way crafting works is, the players spend downtime days and gold to make items. However, while it sounds pretty cool, the way this works at the table is someone goes, I think I'm gonna craft something, and they start flipping through the book, and then they realize that they're holding up the rest of the game, and they go, never mind, I'll craft something later. We would realize it was probably best done on
So, crafting, right? I've had to do it. I know a little bit about it. It's literally for downtime, right? Please, go on.
Yeah, hold on. Putting this in call chat. Yeah, here we go.
Okay. Please. Oh yeah, no, I saw that. Yeah, it's one of the. We'll look at comments after, honestly, just to see a couple of them. Not many, but yeah, taking 20
Ben,
responded.
Ben, it's your turn. I'm calculating the cost analysis of my star knife and scimitar, and okay, you're using the delay action. No, Ben delays. Next player.
Exactly, right? Like, there's a lot of really good comments under this from people that understand Pathfinder.
Yeah. Moral of your combat story: don't add bonuses on the fly. Write your attack options down beforehand, and your turn is quick and easy.
Yes.
Listens to him running through all the numbers. Laughs in Shadowrun.
Fair. So what I was gonna say is, crafting is a downtime activity. It happens after a adventure in the Pathfinder League thing, their equivalent of the Adventurers League. It's like Pathfinder something, I don't remember. So after an adventure, you get to have that downtime and you figure out what you want to do. So the way that downtime works is that between your adventures, or whenever the fuck your DM wants to give you downtime, you figure out what you want to do. Everyone figures out what they want to do for downtime. You're not holding up the game if you're figuring out what you're going to be doing in the downtime, necessarily. Yeah, might take you a little longer than other people. Sucks. But guess what? Everybody's figuring out what they want to do with their downtime. Yes, sometimes it's so easy to just go, I go and make money by doing push-ups or whatever. There are specific things you can do. I don't remember. But there's like a money-making option, there's like a training option or something, and then there's crafting options. And yes, crafting can be a little difficult to figure out. That is something that I will give to I assume this is his point of crafting is a bit complex. Yes, very much so. I still don't understand it entirely. It's has to do with like silver and what you roll on your crafting skill. And then you either make it in a couple weeks or you don't, and it depends on your rolls. But you do that, like, you figure that out once, you write down how much you do in your crafting, and if you finished it, you have a new item. If you don't, you get to work on it next downtime. Wow. Okay.
So
Log down the game.
I have elected it upon myself to look up what adventure modules existed at this time.
Please, yes, good.
Because
apparently there wasn't enough.
And I found a thread on Reddit from 11 months ago, so
okay,
plenty of time for this to be found. And someone said there's the Age of Ashes adventure path, the Fall of Plaguestone standalone module, Pathfinder Society scenarios and quests, which are short one-off adventures.
There's a lot of them.
And look up Pathfinder 2e. I just want to make sure that Edgewatch was released. Reddit, Agents of Edgewatch update, statement by Paizo Publisher, 4 months ago. Okay, this is, which would have been after the video, but this is also an update. Agents of Edgewatch release date. Because I know our is expected to run from July 2020 to December 2020.
Wow. So it was in process still.
So they release it in various chunks, like one chunk a month. So the first one came out in July. So
and then October had one, and then, or sorry, not October. Wow, brain.
July, then August.
August, yeah, which is the month that this came out, but I don't know what day in August. But still, there's content coming out, right? Like,
I believe it was August 3rd, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was August 3rd that this came out. So
yeah.
Regardless, like, all the standalone adventure stuff you can work into a larger narrative. Like, you can, instead of making it a single day thing, you can stretch it out. You know, like, There's a lot you could do, Ben. There's a lot. I feel like I just yeah. All right, let's keep going.
Off the table it, but even then kind of bumps into another problem, that the crafting rules leave the DC and rolls up to the DM, so I can't just give them the book and let them craft as part of the leveling up. We have to open up a special message outside of the game and have a back and forth as they message me, asking me what they can and can't make, and what's the DCs, what kind of recipes can they get for it, and if I'm not available outside of the game, they can't do crafting. And I'm like, this is starting to get ridiculous. Sometimes there's a small minor item that gets
So that's an outside the game issue, first off. Second off...
No, that technically it is an issue with the game, because all of the rules are based on having to ask your DM for permission.
I guess, yeah, that's true. But at the same time, why not, like... Is it really so bad to have a conversation with your players outside of the game? Sometimes you might not have time for it, but then, hey, guess what? When you meet up for the session, you have a quick little note, right? You have a quick little conversation. Hopefully by that time your players have come up with what they want to do. And then you say yes or no. And then if you say no, then you give them, you'll have to give them an alternative. But this is all, unfortunately, your purview that you need to either prep for or, like, figure out what to do in the moment. So, I don't know, man. Like, I agree that crafting has its issues, sure, but at the same time, I don't know. I feel like you can figure it out.
So, I'm reading through the comments, right? And there are a lot of people ripping him a new one on his talking about the attack bonuses.
Yep.
Someone said, oh, where was it? Because I scrolled up. Someone said, I feel like the attack walkthrough was intentionally explained in an overcomplicated manner, especially the bit at the beginning.
Yep.
And then there was someone says he made a grid. Does not show this grid that he speaks of.
Mm-hmm.
And then someone said same name bonuses don't stack. So most of the random +1s are the same quote status bonus. So you only ever get +1, maybe +2.
Oh.
So it sounds like I'm just playing the game wrong. Shocker.
I see one that makes me interested a little bit. That says, Ben, I love you, but hearing that you're the kind of person who shows up to a session after forgetting to level up hurt my soul.
This isn't. He's mentioned that in other videos too.
Yeah, I know. It's just like one of those things. Like, so you're not prepared. Okay. All right.
It's used for a mission to be helpful, but we probably wouldn't be doing this on a regular basis. And it made me realize that I've never really found crafting to be that exciting, because while it might be fun, it's solitary fun, because whoever's doing it is not interacting with the other teammates. It's not a big deal, because we probably just aren't going to use it, but I wish it turned out to be more useful. Although whether I like crafting or not...
So it's still useful, it's just that you guys don't do it, because you don't enjoy it, and that's fine. That's not... It doesn't diminish its use.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, it doesn't diminish the usefulness of the crafting. You can craft a bunch of different shit. But just because you don't use it doesn't mean that it's less useful. Yeah. Okay.
It doesn't matter, because tabletop games are made up of modular rules and core rules. Modular rules have nothing that calls back to them, and are singular rules that can be removed without affecting the rest of the system because nothing else references them. While core rules are systems that multiple things rely on, and can technically be changed, just like modular rules, but doing so is such a burdensome task that it tends to be avoided, like dice rolls,
fair.
damage, level, hit points. These are all core features of the system that are hard to take out unless multiple changes are made. There are certain things about Pathfinder 2nd Edition system that I'm not going to use or I don't like that are modular, so they're easy to remove, like anathema, crafting, exploration, Galarian, etc. So even if I'm not going to implement them, they don't impact the rest of the system or color my opinion of it. And that's one of the cases to be made about a more complicated system, is that it's way easier to just ignore certain mechanics than to have to invent your own. But most of the things that I have a problem with or that slow the game down are core components, meaning that there's no easy fix for them. There is no singular complex combat rule. Combat is an intricate house of cards that needs to be entirely re-engineered if pieces are pulled out or other things need to be rebalanced to take their load. Besides, at least for this review, I'm not going to be evaluating how good a game could be with a few house rules. This is just talking about what the game is and what it isn't. Now, finally, we're going to shift gears.
Yeah, but you're unreliable with your points, so...
Logan P says, Ben, if that's how slow your combat is, I need to witness a combat in your game because my group plays 2E and not even our first combat in the system took that long. I don't know how you are having these problems.
Exactly, right? Like,
A little bit.
You know you can just write down all your bonuses with current equipment and thus you already have 90% of the math solved, right?
Thank you. Whoever said that, thank you.
To more my opinion. Pathfinder 2nd Edition is a wonderful, great game. It is so not my style. It's the exact opposite of how I like to play games. One of the things you have to know about me is that I am the kind of player, when I play RPG video games, who will run around with a naked character, maybe throw on some armor if I find it, but that's about it. I don't care that much about what my character looks like or is wearing, and I don't care if he has a bracer that gives +1 to shove attack, or how my character is unique to me. When I play tabletop RPGs, I will often come to a session, my character is not leveled up, because I forgot, and I'll take 10 minutes to give him some hit points and a few things, but that's about it. I'm not the kind of player who will make, builds, and look up build handouts,
you don't
look
have
up
to.
chart comparison.
Yeah, this doesn't... You don't need to do all of the things, you just need to be prepared and fucking play the game, understand the rules.
You know what he needed to do? Read his player's handbook.
Exactly, right? No, he needs to go further than that. He read it. He needs to understand it.
Ooh! Is that gonna be the new thing?
Honestly, unfortunately, I think so, because apparently, people don't understand their player's handbook.
That reminds me, I loaned my player's handbook to, my friend, and I'm like, I forgot to tell her that she doesn't have to read the whole thing. So I should probably get on that because I kind of just slapped a big book on her desk and I'm like, here you go. I don't need it back anytime soon because I've got it memorized. And she was like, okay. So I should probably be like, look at the classes. Think of something you like and know more or less what your class does.
Yeah, exactly.
Most of this book won't be relevant. I just gave it to you because I wanted you to get an idea on what the system is like.
But read it all if you feel like it, because it's pretty cool.
Read it, definitely read it all, eventually.
Yeah.
About what multi-class to take. I just kind of go ooh, that looks cute, and then snag it. Sometimes I'll invest some more time into it. Whenever I talk to friends about Pathfinder 2nd Edition, we would all kind of complain about how long and involved the combat was, but then we turn around and go, but the character creation, man, there's so many options. It's so crunchy. And I would agree, it is crunchy. But in a campaign, I spend maybe half an hour making a character, and hours upon hours actually playing him. Relatively speaking, I don't care about whether or not that half an hour window that I spent making him at home is fun or not, and I don't feel like that time that I spent is actually adding any value.
But that half an hour is what flavors
You're literally
The
making,
hundreds of
yeah,
hours.
you're literally making the character that you're now using for hundreds of hours. It is an essential part.
Oh, I don't care if I play a rogue or a ranger. I'll be playing them for hundreds of hours.
Like the fact that
Oh man, dude, I feel like I'm having a stroke.
I just
I
don't. So I understand that people don't like making characters, but that's literally the first step when you're playing in a fucking TTRPG. You make the character so that you can play the game, and it's not a waste of time because you made the character to play the game. You need the character in order to play the character, Ben. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Someone actually did mention oh fuck, I'm gonna have to scroll all the way down to find it again. Because someone did mention how weird it was that he's like, I don't really care about character creation, and I'm like, I really hope he said that before I got here, but
I
good.
Okay. Alright, we're almost done. We're getting there.
Game. Plus, a lot of the powers and effects kind of don't make me excited to play this particular character. I think some people have more fun.
Why did you take them, Ben? Why did you take the things that didn't make you want to play the character, Ben? Did I misunderstand? I need to go back. What?
One Gloomfall on the channel says, mostly loved your video, though my 3 points of criticism here are the following. 1. You mentioned multiclassing, but don't really dive into it at all.
Yeah.
The way 2E handles multiclasses and archetypes, especially with the new Advanced Player's Guide, is a huge win in favor of the system and the customization of the character you're playing. I think you should look into that stuff because you may be missing out. 2. Your critique on the math during the game, while understandable, seems a bit extreme to me. I've had some scenarios where I forgot a small temporary bonus that an ally gave me, but it's really easy to know whether or not it stacks since there are only a small number of types of bonuses that are added and they don't stack with themselves. There is a little bit of extra learning time for a character that you're new to, but it gets very easy to play seamlessly once you've gotten past that phase. I have never once calculated all of my bonuses on the fly during a combat or skill challenge. From the DM side of things, on math, it has also been extremely easy to handle conditions on my NPCs and monsters. Most of the stuff is pre-calculated, and the only things I have to keep in mind are conditions. I use a sheet of scratch paper for notes when that happens, but it's pretty easy to apply on the fly. As far as monster adjustments, like weak or elite, you'll just want to apply that and have the prepared stat block of whatever you're using written down. You shouldn't be trying to work through all of that stuff every time you make a roll. One major advantage I've noticed is that it's very easy to predict and counterbalance compared to 1E Pathfinder or 5E D&D. I haven't run into many situations at all where enemies were much stronger or weaker than expected, and that has made most fights a lot more fun for my players.
Very well put. Very concise. Appreciate the comment.
Like 5 comments above that. A lot of script to say I don't like doing my homework.
Yeah, no, I need to hear this again. Fuck me.
Spent is actually any value to the game. Plus, a lot of the powers and effects kind of don't make me excited to play this particular character. I think some people have more fun just—
Wait, you just leave it at that, Ben. Why are you playing the character with those powers? You literally chose them. You choose the things for your character. Why play a character that you don't like? What?
Because he doesn't care about the half an hour.
It doesn't make any sense.
just flipping through the book and looking through the options than they do having to write it all down. And some of the complexity I just don't get. It's like if someone said, "Don't you hate how in D&D shields are just a number? Now it's 3 numbers. Yay!" Basically, for me, the part that's the least fun is actually making the character and statting it out. I like theory crafting, but the actual writing the numbers down, going line by line and picking different things, doesn't really interest me.
This makes so much sense. That's why he can't do math with everything, because he doesn't write it down. He doesn't like to. He doesn't want to. So he does the bare minimum, probably name,
All my problems
AC,
are on me, and so I blame the addition.
right? Like, come on, man. You're giving us reasons why these are problems for you that are not the system. Did you read your script?
Made several characters in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, and every time I've had to make one, halfway through I've gone, why does this character sheet have so many boxes? Pathfinder has all these different components for a game that I'm just not interested in. A lot of players want the characters to have meaningful choices right out of the gate, and they want to have
you are not interested in. You are not interested in.
Yep. You said it. You finally said it. Thank you for putting out a thing that makes other people also not interested in it. Very, very much appreciate that.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Good job.
10,000 people are less interested in Pathfinder 2e because of you. At least.
Ownership about their character. And I just don't care about that. Like, obviously, there's a Goldilocks amount of choice, and 5e is kind of closer to that for me, for what I'm interested in. But, God, it really bothers me that in 5e only humans get a feat at first level. God, I can't get over that. But once character...
Yeah, it's almost like everyone else gets something different.
Yeah, it's almost like they get the equivalent of it in some way or some form, because the feats in 5e are not that good.
And like, bro, I'm gonna blow your mind again, right? You can play a Tabaxi and take out all the bonuses a Tabaxi usually gets.
Yeah.
And give them a feat like a human do.
Oh my god.
And then you can play your Tabaxi. And then, I swear to God, if I hear you say, yeah, but then I can't run fast, that's just telling me, well, you just want an OP character then.
Yeah.
I want to have my cake and eat it too. I want to run fast and also get the alertness feat.
Yeah, like, come on.
Like, as a DM, I'll meet you halfway. I'll say, dude, if you want to play what is statistically a human, like, looks like an elf or an Aasimar or some combination of the two, dude, the character I'm playing now is an Aasimar that looked like a half elf for like 7 sessions, and people didn't realize he was an Aasimar until like he popped his wings.
Yeah, it's usually how it goes.
And then people were like, what? But Aasimar don't look like half elf. And I said, yeah, dude, the Aasimar part is on the human side of my half elf. My DM was like, yeah, so long as like you're not statistically different than like anyone else, then there's no reason why it should be a problem. And I was like, I'm glad I taught you well.
Makes total sense to me, yeah.
Yes, Dave, you're right. I know that.
Is done, and I was into the combat. I was still it was treated to a really slow grind, and we slogged through the steps of the combat piece by piece. Every one decision we made, we met with 9 other things that you had to resolve to get to the thing that you want. So
you played a
TTRPG? Less time making meaningful decisions and more time just trying to crunch numbers. Because combat is...
You right there? You pull out your mic? I think you pulled out your mic. Hold on. Wait for it, folks. He'll be back. He's coming.
Sorry about that. I was pacing around my room in anxiety and accidentally unplugged my headphones.
There you go. Yeah. Makes sense.
such a large part of the system and wasn't that much fun. We ended up just not playing it that much, and that sort of undercut this character creation a bit. I would kind of describe it as a game that is made more for players than DMs. And even then, it leans more kind of into character creation than character play. I feel like the character creation...
I don't even know, man.
I don't understand what that means.
Wrap it up.
I know.
I don't
understand what you mean, Puffin, because, like, you're creating the character to play as the character, and that is the majority of your time, not character creation.
But it's geared towards characters and not DMs.
It doesn't make any fucking sense. So, thank you. Thank you, Puffin.
You mean DMs do more work? They do that in 3.5 and 5e too.
You have all these obscure abilities, and they have to come up and play, or else you've wasted your time. For me,
have you?
Sitting at home making a...
Just because an ability doesn't come up, let me tell you something, okay? In D&D 5e, I am playing...
How often do you use the shove action, Alejo?
The what?
The shove action.
The what?
I don't know.
Oh, I
think it's in Pathfinder.
The amount of times where I do not ever use the background feature of my entertainer background. I never use it. I have not used any of my background features ever just because I forget that they exist, first off.
Well, that means you're wasting your time.
Yeah, but second off, a lot of the times they're not prompted for either. Like, did I waste my fucking time in 5e? Maybe, according to you.
No, the DM's wasting your time.
Oh, gotcha.
Because 5e is geared more towards DMs than players.
Oh, that makes no sense.
And if it is geared towards one party or the other, be it player or DM, then that means that the other one is getting their time wasted by the party by whom the system favors.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, glad we've put that together.
I think.
I was waiting for it.
Ooh, your guess is as good as mine.
I don't know. This logic is fucking... Oh, it's solid. It's fucking steel, dude. I can't...
it's dense, all right.
Character is not why I play RPGs. Sitting around a table with everyone making characters is okay fun, but I'd rather just get into the game quickly. When I have extra gold to purchase upgrades, I don't really obsess about it. But I think a case could be made for a more complicated games because well, I can just start throwing darts at the board to level up. So I could totally understand and see why a lot of groups are really liking the system and wanting to switch to it. But for my case, it's not what I'm looking for. I do actually...
Oh, we were so close. Oh, he nearly made a point. Instead, he made the outline of the point and then didn't fill it in. Oh, it's not a review, Ben. It's your opinion. Oh, it's like he walked by the point and like stroked its face and then kept on walking by. And it's like, well, are you not going to like acknowledge the point?
It's right there. It's looking at you with those eyes, dude, and
those small beady eyes.
It's almost like you're just intentionally ignoring it for some reason, Ben.
You're dancing a jig around its shadow.
Ben, why do you have a whole chicken leg when there's a starving kitten right there, Ben? What are you doing? Why are you just looking around? Don't walk by it.
If only I had someone to give this chicken leg to. All I have is this starving cat.
like the 3-action thing. I've even played other 3-action systems where it's worked really well, but I think instead of penalizing multi-attack, I would prefer the other actions being buffed so that way they're similarly useful, or
What?
it being done in a mechanically elegant and simple way, which I don't think this is. When we had come to Pathfinder 2nd Edition, we even converted a bunch of our stuff over to Pathfinder 2nd Edition and thought that it might be our new go-to
I
game
would
and
rather-
moved in.
I would way rather have the option to make an attack,
Yeah.
but do it poorly, than in 3.5, right?
Right.
Where it's +1, +2, +3, +4, and
Mm.
then finally +5, +1. Or
yeah. And then
in
it goes to, like,
5e,
+15
where
to
it tells you, fuck you, until you reach level 5.
Yep.
Like, Ben, you do not understand that this is a big buff.
Yeah, it is incredibly.
You have
incredibly
gone
big.
from being able to do nothing to being able to do something, just not
Hell,
quite as well.
You can do 3 fucking things. you can do all 3 things in one turn without having to worry about it. Like, because it all meshes in the rules, Ben. Everything.
You're
everything works.
saying that after going from a system where you can move and then attack to
Maybe.
a system, well, I'm saying in 3.5 or in 5e,
I know.
where you can move up to an enemy and then attack them once.
Mhm.
That, man, I would rather be able to move than attack, and then attack better.
Well, no, I think he's saying that the other actions that you can do should be buffed, not the attacks. Like, the attacks are all the same, but the actions that you do are somehow buffed, and I don't understand that, if that's the case. I don't understand what the buffing is. What are we buffing? What needs to be buffed, Ben?
Intentionally vague.
Please tell me exactly why your system would be better, because I would love to know, but since we only have 20 seconds left, I'm going to assume that you don't go into it. Let's see.
We were planning on a new game that we play on a regular basis, but after playing it for a while, we were like, this isn't going to work, and started converting stuff back to 5e. So anyway, those are my thoughts on Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Fun game,
Alright.
but not for me. Combat is a little too bogged down with the rules
not.
for my taste, but it's very crunchy, and I look
No,
forward
it's
to
not.
seeing what comes out for it.
It is smooth with like 1 peanut in the jar.
Like, what a fucking horrible video. What an actual...
Very out of the norm.
Yeah, what an actually bad video. I didn't give it, like, I didn't watch this originally back when it came out, because, like,
I could have sworn people made like responses to this.
I don't know. I didn't watch it. I didn't care about it because I was just like, oh, he did a Pathfinder 2e review. I'm sure he thinks it's okay. Like, that's where I was at, and that's all I needed. But once I was actually shown what he fucking said, I was like, what? What are you doing?
Because there's clips of this that were...
I know Brogan did one. In a different video, because he was asked in that video if Pathfinder was as complicated as what Puffin Forest said, and he said no.
Oh.
And I was like, ooh, because I didn't like really. I don't know. It's just never struck me that I figured some people would think that it's more complicated than it is, but I didn't understand to the extent of what he was saying. His reasoning was of how it is complex. Like, it's not that bad, man. You just don't understand the system.
Oh, because the system is hard to understand.
Oh, right. That's a not that
He's
to
not
put
as
in.
big-brained as you, Alejo.
I'm not even. I'm a fucking idiot, dude. Like, I have a small brain. It is so tiny.
Oh?
I hate it. I think you just unplugged yourself again. Okay. So,
Sorry, I got a notification that is something I've been waiting on for like 4 months.
oh, nice.
All
right.
And yeah,
Well,
good news for me.
good. I'm glad for you.
At least the evening's not a total wash.
Hey, dude,
Actually,
we
no,
were
it wasn't. We
we
got
were
to
able
meet
to talk
Dave.
to Dave. Yeah, Dave was fucking sweet. Great guy. So yeah, that'll do it for us tonight. Um uh it was
Sure.
it was definitely a video that
Yeah.
was bad.
We had a podcast.
We did. I unfortunately feel less
We reviewed a video.
yeah, I feel less happy.
I wasn't until I saw this, and now I'm like,
uh, uh, so yeah, I think that'll do it for us. Any final thoughts for you?
understand your player's handbook.
Mm.
This video is bad. Like,
Mm.
do not go like brigading or
No, God,
anything.
obviously.
But
Leave
like,
constructive criticism.
Pathfinder 2e is definitely a system where having someone sit down and teach it to you is recommended.
Beneficial.
Yes. I say that as someone who played 3.5 and that was my first system and I got used to that, and then I sat down with the 5e player's handbook, skimmed through it, went, "'Kay."
Yep.
And then like as rules, like questions were happening, looked at the book, went, "'Kay," and like that was how I learned it. But like Pathfinder 2e is it's a chonker,
Mhm.
and that's fine,
Mhm.
but you don't have to use all of it.
Mm.
Take what you like,
Mm.
maybe do as most game devs recommend. Um, might I recommend perhaps having the basest of knowledge of the game before you
Make a
make a
video on
review.
it.
And fuck, dude, I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Thank you to Basics4Gamers
Yes.
for coming on the show.
Yes, absolutely.
A joy to be sure.
Yeah,
I really want to have him on again and have him and Boo talk, because it'll be like having two of Boo, and I want to see what that's like.
Yeah, link in the description for him. If you have any Pathfinder needs, obviously, he's got very comprehensive, shorter videos that are going over the rules.
Mhm.
Honestly, I would recommend them to Puffin. um,
Yeah.
the yeah, I don't. Again, I didn't even God, I had no idea that this was so bad. I'm really disappointed in this video. There is just so many, even if they're unintentional, they're fucking gross. Just the way that he's worded things and the way that he's presented his arguments. Like, it's not, it doesn't, it doesn't bolster him and his integrity. It detracts
No.
from it entirely, which is just unfortunate. Like,
despite all this, I would still really recommend Puffin Forest as a channel.
yeah,
It breaks my heart that I am to recommend his channel after this video.
yeah, absolutely. I think that his little story things are really fun. Um,
Mhm.
So far,
I will
his more...
always and forever remember his Nalfishini story.
Yep. So far, his Aboleth one was very funny.
Yeah, the friendly Aboleth.
Yep.
Never been a huge fan of Absurd.
Yeah, a lot of people like that. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's not for me.
And
I don't think it's flawed or anything. It's just I'm like, man, that's a story.
So as always, like with critical content, be critical of it. Because I am baffled that there are 10K likes on this. I don't know how that's possible. If that's just they watched 5 minutes or the first 15 minutes of it and then went, okay, he seems to like it, and then just clicked off and left a thumbs up. I don't know. Like,
yeah, see video from channel you like, click on video, click like, make
right.
it 5 minutes into the video because have short attention span.
And like, I don't, if it's, I understand that sometimes bigger videos are daunting and like longer videos are daunting. Hello, we do a podcast that is very long. But you know, break it up, maybe think about it, you know, I don't know. It's just, it's one of those things where when people just like something and it is something like this where the quality is so bad, I fear that people are going to do that for our videos, and I don't want that. That's not the point, right? So please, if you're still watching to this point,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I assume that you are the type who will actually like take this in and
be critical
and like actually think about these kinds of things. Not to say that not the people that don't make it to the end won't. That's, you know, I'm just saying, like, please just do. In general, for everything, really. It's, we don't want to, I don't want to be in this age of, oh, it's good because that person made it. It's like, that's, no, you gotta look at the content, right? Like, anyway, that's the whole point of the show, so I just, you know. Anyway, things are in the description, little links, please check them out. I haven't said it in a while, but do subscribe and all that stuff, you know. Show us your support because really appreciate it. If you're liking what we do, you know, like it, and leave us a comment or a email or a whatever.
Holy shit, Tulok has actually made a decent point.
Oh.
Idea. Tater mots. Like tater tots, but with mozzarella instead of tots. I'd totally eat those.
That's fair. That's one of the most decent points that I've ever heard him say. In fact, one of the few. Anyway, hey, thanks. Okay, Fridays, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or Eastern Daylight Time. I don't know, EDT. That's whatever that one is.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, Eastern. We're on the East Coast. That.
Oh, what?
That's the time zone. Whatever it is, convert it. That's when it goes up on the YouTube channel first, and then
12:11 Central.
12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is for the audio versions on your podcasting.
Well, it's 12 p.m. noon or midnight.
Podcasting service of choice. And Devils and Dice.
He chose to ignore me. Wise choice.
Devils and Dice is on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on our YouTube channel as well. So please tune into those. Very much appreciate it. Yeah, Pathfinder, pretty good stuff. Don't get dissuaded by this video. Please look into Pathfinder. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's honestly my favorite system right now.
Yeah, it's really fucking good, and more people should play it. Anyway, tell your friends. We're gonna go. Bye.
Bye now. Bye-bye.